Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Power Voice Women's Summit. Woo! I am so excited to be your host. My name is Precious Simone, and it is a great time, you all. Are you out there? Let me know that you are out there. It is Women's History Month, and oh, what a beautiful time to celebrate women, to celebrate the contributions they have contributed to society, contributed to our history, and all that we are today. So everybody give a round of applause for women today. Woohoo! I am so ecstatic to introduce the person we call the connector, who has connected so many people, so many businesses and thought leaders throughout our time, from celebrities to so many people in business and partnerships. He helps to connect and create the dream, help people get the right message, connect to the right people, and spread it across the world. So I'm so excited to bring to the screen the expert in business relationships and partnerships, Mr. Jon Talarico.
Thank you, Precious. Thank you for that introduction, and welcome everybody. It is really super exciting to be here today. It is truly an International Women's Day today. And this all started because of Mr. Brown. Les said he wanted to take this day. Monday, you know, is International Women's Day. He wanted to take this Saturday to honor all of those women, not just the ones from our Power Voice training, but every single woman around the world, those who have come before us and those who are still here now, making an impact on a daily life. And today you are going to be blessed by women from at least 8 different countries, all the way from Colombia to Cuba, India, Uganda, Canada, Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, and the United States. And you know, the women's rights movement goes all the way back to 1848. You know, when several women decided that they were not going to be denied, that they were being denied access to conventions and meetings about the anti-slavery movement. And it was Americans Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Mott who said no more, right? They're going to stand up. And they organized the first women's convention in New York, demanding civil, social, political, and religious rights for women in their Declaration of Sentiments and Resolutions. In 1851, Sojourner Truth spoke and delivered her famous Ain't I a Woman speech. And others like Ida Wells, Mary Church Tennell, all the way up throughout history to Rosa Parks, until finally, on August 18th, 1920, women were finally given the right to vote with the 19th Amendment. This year, the theme of International Women's Day is Choose to Challenge. And International Women's Day is a global day celebrating the socioeconomic, cultural, and political achievements of women around the world. It marks a call to action for accelerating gender parity. And so significant activity is witnessed on Monday all around the world to celebrate women's achievements everywhere. Today, Mr. Brown and myself wanted to celebrate the achievements of these 20 powerful women that you're going to hear today. And so as the theme says today, you know, raise your hand. It's time to choose to challenge, celebrate women's achievements, raise awareness about women's equality. A challenged world is an alert world. And so individually, we're all responsible for our own thoughts and actions all day, every day. Choose to honor every single woman in your life. And now, the man who created this, who decided that he was going to take a stand today and honor every woman around the world, Mrs. Maybe Brown's baby boy in pride and joy, Mr. Les Brown. Mr. Brown, welcome, sir.
Thank you. It's a plum-pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege to be here. I want to just recognize these women who are raising their voices, and we need their voices now more than ever before. When you think about Harriet Tubman, Mother Teresa, Rosa Parks, and Shirley Chisholm, Barbara Jordan, so many women who helped to shape humanity and push humanity forward. We need more female voices than ever before. Rubbing my mother's arthritic knees and ankles, I learned how to become a very good storyteller. And so you're going to hear some women today who are going to tell their story and who have decided that they're going to make a difference with their voice, with their story, and with their lives. So take it away, Precious. You got it.
Thank you so much, Les. Oh, what a wonderful and joyous time to celebrate women. So the first woman that we are going to bring to the screen is Yashika Mack. She is an Army vet from Theodore, Alabama, you all. And she has found the message, paid in full, by coming to terms with it, you all, paid in full, that life happens. So I'm so excited to bring Yashika to the screen. Take it away.
Thank you, Precious, for that. Wow, what an opportunity today is to be speaking to you. Thank you, Mr. Les Brown, and my coach, Jon Talarico, for making this opportunity come to life. It is an honor to speak today in celebration of International Women's Day, and also to be speaking in the month of Happy Women's Month. You know, it's just our month. We are just celebrating us today. I'm very grateful. So I know that International Women's Day is a challenge with that. So my challenge to you is your passion. I want to challenge everyone to pursue their passion. Not just any passion, the passion that leads you to your gift and the gift that leads you to your purpose. And trust me, I understand something because I can attest that sometimes that is just not always easy when we are moving through life as strongly as we are. And that the purpose and the passion just don't show up for some of us, but we're still moving because we know we have to do it. And so, like Ernest Hemingway says, just don't get motion confused with action. Today is a call to action. We're going to find and pursue that passion that drives us. T.D. Jakes says, if you can't figure out your purpose, figure out your passion, for your passion will lead you directly to your purpose. And I go back and I think about Bob Proctor when he says, if I want to be free, then I must be me. Think about that. Not the free you want me to be, not the free my children want me to be, but I have to be my free. And in realizing to be free, you have to be me. That means I have to know who I am. That's very important because even though we are tracking through life and we are doing great things as women, yes, we are trendsetters. That question often stumps us. Who are you? Write that down. We sometimes take who we are and we attach it to what we are doing, whether it's a career mom, whether it's a mom, whether it's a career woman, whether it's an aunt. We attach those things to us. And then that way, when we're attaching things, then our passion kind of changes the dynamics. It changes its look. It looks like it belongs to someone else. So when we're asked, who are you? It stumps us. Then we can be asked this one more question and write this down too, because I want you to think about this, because I challenge you to pursue your passion, but you have to know who you are. This next question is, what do you want? What do you want? I realized last year that was asked to me, what do you want? What do you want? And I wrote down 10 things as a goal that I wanted, but they all referred to someone else. It all bounced to someone else because I was so wrapped up into making sure that mom's correct, that career is correct, that sister's correct, but I lost me in that mission of figuring out, doing with everything else, that I kind of lost myself. So I didn't know. And today, on this day, I know that I'm not the only one like that. I know there are more people out there. I know there are more women out there who understand what it's like to not exactly know at this moment what your passion is. What's your purpose? Who are you? Why are you here? That's another question. But today, I'm here to tell you, it's okay not to have all the pieces together. That is okay not to have all those pieces together, because if you realize and you acknowledge that you do not know everything, that you don't have it all figured out, then you speak it into the universe and the universe will respond. Ask for your passion, ask for your purpose. And sometimes that passion is there all along, but we downplay it because we think it's not important. I can attest to that. My gift is what I'm doing now. I talk a lot. I was always told, you have a big mouth. You talk too much. So I silenced my voice. I didn't think it was worthy to just talk a lot. You know, what am I talking about? Then over the years, I realized I talk a lot because I have a lot to say. I talk a lot because I have something to give. I talk a lot because I'm here today empowering, encouraging you to do the same thing. Use your voice, raise your voice, and find your passion. Let your passion lead you to your gift, and let your gift lead you to your purpose, and let your purpose leave a legacy for those to come behind. Don't be afraid, ladies. We've already been trendsetters. But I want you to understand this. Just because you may not have it all together, or you may not know all those pieces right now, it doesn't mean that you're any less. It doesn't mean that you're any less of a woman. It doesn't mean that you have any less strength, because you know what? You can always ask for help. I had to learn that. Write that down. Put that in the chat box. Ask for help. It's okay not to have it all figured out. If you accept and acknowledge, and then you ask for the help, let the universe return it back to you, what you're asking for. Because what I do know, as my coach always says, what you're seeking is seeking you. But guess what? It can't seek you if you don't first ask it. Ask for your purpose. Ask for your passion. If you are someone out there that's just lost, I call myself the eclectic mindset motivator, because I know what it's lost to have so many thoughts in your mind, and you're looking for that one narrow path. And then this one and that one, they're moving up so fast. You're like, I'm lost, I'm behind. But guess what? It's coming. Be intentional about what you want. Ladies, you are awesome. This is our month. As a matter of fact, no, not this month. We have 12 months. We have 365 days to be phenomenal women, because we know to walk in our faith and walk in our favor. And when we do that, the universe responds. The atmosphere responds. However you look at it, the higher being responds, it returns it back to you. So watch what you put out, because you want things to return back to you that's going to be faithful and favorable. You are amazing. You are a conqueror. You are purposeful and meaningful. You are a masterpiece, because you are a piece of the master. Do not forget that I know we have many coats to wear, many layers to us. We have many things, many arms. We have a lot. We have a lot as women. We have to be strong. We have to be resilient. We have to be bold. But in that boldness, in that strength, in that resilience, that does not mean that we're weak when we ask for help. As the great Les Brown say, ask for help, not because you're weak, because you want to remain strong. And ladies, you are strong. You have a whole day, a whole month, and we snatching the rest of them because we just that bold. We're going to snatch them, take them back, because the whole 12 months of the year, 365 days, 54 weeks of the year belong to us, that woman, that international, multi-level, dominant woman that we are. That personality is okay too. So again, I just want you to be sure that you understand that if you want to be free, as Bob Proctor says, you must be you. You have to know who you are. And it's okay to ask for help. And it's okay not to have it all together. But once you start, put it in your mind, change the way you look at things, as Wayne Dyer says, and the things you look at will change, including the way you look at yourself, because you have it. You have greatness in you. You are powerful. You are mightyful. And you're here today on this platform because you know you're going to be inspired by some women today. You know you're going to be encouraged by some women today. You know that you're going to take these messages and go forth and preach them and tell other people what you learned today, because we are going to bring it. We have it in us to deliver. It is our charge. We don't have a choice. We are challenged. We are charged to do our parts. Remember something. If you believe in the good book, the first person the Messiah revealed himself to was a woman. Think about that. And when he rose on that third day, the first person he spoke to was a woman. If you don't know anything else about yourself, you know right now you are powerful. You have a mission, and you don't need anyone's permission. But we are out here for you. We are out here rooting you on, and we are out here snatching back all 12 months of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yashika B. the Eclectic Mindset Motivator, you can follow me on any of the social media platforms, whether it be Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram. Yashika B, at Yashika B for you. Thank you.
Woohoo! Yashika B. That was absolutely amazing. I hope they are taking notes out there because, as y'all know, Jon loves to give gifts, and I know y'all like gifts. Oh, Yashika, that was amazing. Yes, follow her on yashikab.com. She is giving away. Her offer is a gratitude journal, and what a wonderful time to be grateful. Oh, thank you so much, Yashika. I know y'all love that. Oh, that was so good. So good. Oh, man. I hope you all are hanging on to your seats because it's a lot of heat coming, okay? So you may want to go get some water because our next dynamic speaker, Fernanda Castaneda, she is a bilingual advanced practice registered nurse. She is a speaker, a co-creator, and host of the Wellness Wednesday Inspiration, and she is on a powerful mission, you all, to create a positive health impact worldwide. Please welcome Fernanda Castaneda.
Hi, Precious. Thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you for everybody who's connecting today and wanting to be inspired and desire more out of life. And my name is Fernanda, and I'm here to talk to you about a prescription for success and happiness. And before I begin, let me ask you all a question. How many of you have ever felt broken, ashamed, alone, and scared, and not knowing what to do next in your life? Please type me in the chat box. See, I was in that situation back when I was 17 years old. Let me tell you a little bit of my story. When I was 17, I found out that I was pregnant. Upon breaking the news to my parents reacted in a way that I wouldn't expect in a sense, because it was very unsupportive for a 17-year-old. Society was not supportive. My friends were not supportive. The father of my baby was not supportive. I did not speak the language. I was not in any good financial situation at the time. I really didn't have much going for me. I felt alone. I felt broken, ashamed, and I didn't know what to do next. And see, the reality is that the statistics say that teen moms are more likely to not even graduate high school, let alone go to college. They live in poverty and welfare. And children who are born from teen moms are more likely to live in poverty, depend on public assistance, be high school dropouts, live in correctional system. So my future was not good by any means, according to society and according to everybody around me. However, as I stood in that hallway of 2099 Kathleen Circle, I said, not me, not today, not ever. And the lessons that I have learned along the way are the prescription for success and happiness that I'm here to talk to you about today. So please take a note. The first thing that I have learned is focus. See, where focus goes, energy flows. We have about 45,000 thoughts in a day, and 85% of those thoughts are negative. So are you focusing on the good or are you focusing on the bad? Are you focusing on the positive or are you focusing on the negative? Are you focusing on what you do want out of life or are you focusing on what you don't want out of life? See, when I found myself in that situation, I focused on getting ahead, on changing my life, or on giving my son a different future than what society dictated was going to be my reality. That was my focus. So where are you focusing your attention? What kind of things do you want? And are you focusing on what you do want or what you don't want? The next thing that I learned is educate yourself. See, the first thing that I did after that day is I went to the local community college. I talked to a counselor and I decided to enroll myself in college, not even speaking the language. I didn't know how I was going to make it happen, but I knew I had to make it happen. Now, when I talk to you about getting an education, I don't mean going to college if that's not what you want to do. But educate yourself, invest in yourself, always get better. See, the investment that you make in yourself, it's always going to pay the best dividend. As you become better at anything that you do in your life, everything around you is going to change. And nobody can take it away from you. Mahatma Gandhi says, live as you were to die tomorrow and learn as you were to live forever. Always educate yourself. Always get better every single day. The next thing that I learned is read often. See, Jim Rohn says, reading is essential for those who want to rise above the ordinary. Do you want an ordinary life or do you want an extraordinary life? What you read literally pours into your mind. What kind of books are you reading? Are you reading often or do you even read? See, I've always been a reader and I changed the type of books that I read now to make sure that every book that I read serves a purpose in my life. Dr. Seuss says the more you read, the more things you know. The more you learn, the more places you'll go. I want to go to every corner of this world. So I read and I read often. I feed my mind with books that are going to help me propel my life to the next level. The next thing is that you are needed. And take notes, please. See, the odds of you being alive today are 1 in 400 trillion. There is a reason for you to be here on this world today. There is something that you do better than anyone else in this world. What is that purpose? What is your mission? What is your gift? What is that thing that you do better than anyone else in this world? You got to find out what that is, and you got to make sure that you live on purpose. You can't rob the world of your gifts and talents. Mark Twain says that the two most important days in someone's life are the day that you're born and the day you find out why. Find your why. Live in purpose, live in mission, and change the world. The next thing is attitude. See, a positive attitude is not going to make you successful or rich, but it sure is going to open so many doors that will remain closed otherwise. A positive attitude is it's kind of like putting a lens in your life. Everything that you do, every interaction that you have changes simply by the attitude that you present yourself with. Dr. Wayne Dyer, who is one of the greatest philosophers and spiritual leaders and has inspired me so much in my life, said once that you cannot always control what goes on outside, but you can always control what goes on inside. How are you showing up in the world? What kind of attitude do you have? How do you see the world? Do you see it as a positive place to live, or do you see it as a negative and hostile place to live? Change your attitude and change your world. The next thing in the prescription for success and happiness is never giving up. And one of the best examples of this is Oprah Winfrey. And I'm sure everybody here knows Oprah Winfrey. She had a very challenging situation when she was growing up. She experienced sexual abuse. She became pregnant at the age of 14. And she ended up having a baby who died shortly after. However, she never gave up. She went to school. She got a scholarship. She got into TV. She kept working hard and getting better at her craft. And now she is a billionaire. These things they don't happen by chance. They happen by keeping up, never giving up, keep pushing forward. If you quit, you are failing at something. But if you never quit, then literally the only thing that you're doing is learning from your challenges and getting better every day. When you fail, quote unquote, at something, when something doesn't come out in the way that you had planned it, it's simply an opportunity for you to learn. It's simply an opportunity for you to grow. It's simply saying, you know what, this is not the way, this is the way, and I need to try a different path in my life. Epictetus says that it's not about what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Do you have an attitude of giving up when things get hard? Or do you have an attitude of keeping up when things get hard? Because as you overcome challenges, you become better. The next thing is decide. Make a decision today. There is no time like the now. Decide that you are going to become the author and the director of your life. Decide that you're going to jump in the driver's seat and take control of your life. Start creating your future rather than living by default. See, decision is what separates successful people from average. You got to be able to decide what you want, not what you think you deserve, but what you actually do want out of life. And whether you think that you are making a decision or you're not making a decision, indecision is also a decision. See, Ralph Waldo Emerson says an ounce of action is worth a ton of theory. So no matter how much you're learning, if you don't make a decision that you're going to act upon it, nothing in your life is going to change. You got to decide that you want better. You got to decide that you're worth it. You got to decide that you are capable and that you want to change because that's what you actually want. The next thing is always believe in yourself. And this to me is probably the fundamental part of the prescription for success and happiness. Because believe and your belief will create the facts. If you don't believe it's possible for you, it's simply not going to happen. Henry Ford says, whether you believe something that you can do something or you believe you can't do something, either way, you're right. So if you think you're capable of achieving more, if you think you are worthy, if you think that it's possible for you, then it will be. However, if you think it's not possible for you, then it won't be. And I'm going to leave you today with one of my favorite quotes by Mr. Les Brown, the man who made this summit possible and someone who has changed my life in so many different ways. And the quote says, life has no limitations except for the ones you make. Live a life of no limitations. Believe in yourself. You're capable. You are gifted. You are miraculous. You are beautiful. You are powerful. And as women are just phenomenal human beings. And congratulations for all of the other speakers today and all of the women in the world, because we truly rule the world. Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a privilege. And this is my prescription for success and happiness.
I don't know if I can keep going. They are giving you a dose of women today. Do you feel the dose? Because I feel the dose. Thank you so much, Fernanda. Oh, it was beautiful. Please follow her, positiveblueprints.com. Her offer is the secret key to unlocking your best life, you guys. I hope you're taking notes. Hey, are you getting a dose of women today? I'm getting a dose. You see why we celebrate women? They deserve to be celebrated. I'm stoked. I'm so geeked for women. All things women. Women. All right. So our next speaker, Miss Angie Gray, is the founder of Pearls for Life, LLC. She is the co-founder of Empowerment Matters, LLC. And Dr. Gray, that is on a mission. She's empowering people of all ages to uncover and use their God-given talents, all of their skills, their beliefs, and everything on the inside of them to unlock their purpose and become the best version of themselves so that they can leave and create a lasting legacy in the universe. Give it up for Dr. Angie Gray.
Hello. How is everyone? I just want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Les Brown and Mr. Jon Talarico and Miss Winnie for all that you've done to make this summit possible. I am grateful to be here, and I know that we and all of the other speakers are going to bless this world today. Thank you for having me. So I want you to understand that this is something that you must write down. This is the blueprint for your life. Living life by design, not by default. So I want you to write this down. Intentional. Playtime is over. This is not the time to play. It is now time to get serious and put the work in. Do what you have to do now so you can do what you want to do later. I want you to understand that you must be firing on all pistons right now with precision. If it doesn't fit, you must quit. So if it doesn't fit into the puzzle, get rid of it. It's not important. Let it go. Now, write that down. Now Now is the time. Put procrastination away. Don't worry about perfection. This is not about perfection. It's about process. As the great Les Brown says, you don't have to be great to get started, but you have to get started to be great. So keep that in mind. You must stop procrastinating. Get busy with that aspect of your life. Be productive. Now write this down. Visualize. Visualize. If you can see it for yourself, you can have it for yourself. And as the great James Allen said, the end is in mind, and you must be willing to recognize that it is important that you think properly. As a man thinketh, a man is. As a man thinketh, a man does. So stay focused on what you are thinking about and visualizing. I want you to do this quick exercise right now. Close your eyes and think to yourself what you will do with your first $1 million. What kind of house will you live in? What kind of car will you drive? What kind of lifestyle will you have? Where will you vacation? So as you are thinking all of those things, you now have to prepare your mind to accept those things and receive those things. If you can conceive it and you believe it, you can achieve it. I want you to keep that in mind. Keep the end in mind, because the end has already been determined for you. Now you just have to walk the walk and talk the talk and do the do. So I want you to understand that the next thing that you should write down is effort. Effort. It's going to require an effort. Yes. This whole thing called life, this journey, it's not going to be easy. It was never intended to be easy. It requires your hard work and your hard time, your energy. All of those things are required. Effort is required. No one is going to give it to you. No one is going to just hand it over to you. You must work for it. And as the great Les Brown says, if you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, work day and night for it. Give up your time and your peace and your sleep for it. You got to be willing to do what it takes to get it done. And now I want you to write this down. Slay. Write this in the chat box. I will slay every day. And what it means to slay every day is to make sure that what you are doing is getting you closer to your goals and your dreams. If you are not doing something that's going to get you closer, that means you're doing something that's taking you further away. Don't allow anything, no distraction, to take you away from your goals and your dreams. You must be willing to do what it takes to slay the day. And how do you slay the day? You have to first recognize that you are in training. Training, write that down. And training is about studying and honing your craft. Don't just expect to do it on sheer talent alone and natural gift alone. You must study others. Just like the athletes study tape, you have to be willing to study your craft. That means find someone that's doing it the way that you want it done, and then you take it up to the next level. But you have to study them first. Study, read, and read some more. It's important to read. Reading is the foundation of who you are. When you take those readings that you do and you apply them to your life, you reflect. So read for positivity, read for knowledge, read for understanding of what your purpose and your gift are. When you do that, you will become a much better person, and people will be able to tell that you have studied your craft. Excellence, write that down. It's important that we learn to do everything in excellence. We cannot be perfect, but we can certainly do it in a spirit of excellence. And in doing that, when you do it in a spirit of excellence, everything comes out better. That means taking care of yourself. That means taking care of your work, and your work is your life's purpose. I'm not talking about a job. I'm talking about your work, your purpose. Take care of it. And that means nurture it, feed it, give it everything that you've got, because it's so important. You can't just allow life to take you by the hand and lead you around. You have to lead yourself and lead those in your purview around as well. Be functioning as an excellent person. You don't have to be perfect, but you do have to show excellence. And I want you to know that all these things are important, but what's more important than anything else is to have a dogged determination. Write that down. Dogged determination. When you have a dogged determination, you can accomplish anything. No matter what the enemy says, no matter what he throws in front of you, you must be willing to say, get up, wipe the curb dust off, and be willing to jump in and do it again. You must be determined that no matter what, I am going to do what I came here to do. And when you do those things, I'm telling you, you will be the person that you have been called to be. Answer that calling. That calling is important. I want you to understand that all of these things together create a blueprint for your life where you are not living by default, but you are living by design. Be intentional. Do it now. Visualize it. Put in the effort. Put in the work. Slay every day. Train and study. Be excellent. Do everything in excellence. Have a dogged determination. And when you look at that, if you have written it down, you will see that you are invested, and you must be invested in pursuing your work, your purpose. You've got to put in the work to get out your purpose. Invest in yourself. Invest your time. Invest your energy. Share your story and share your purpose. This is crucial for you to be able to do everything that you need to do. Be invested, and above all, invest in yourself. And as I told the people on my job when I left, I am investing in me from this point forward. Move forward. Don't stay stuck. Get out of your own way, and you will be invested in yourself. But more importantly than that, you will be invested in the kingdom, and you will be who you have been called to be, because you are whose that called you. Remember who called you. Remember that you have been called by God, and He is the master, and you are a piece of the master. So therefore, you are a masterpiece. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. My name is Angie Gray. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Ooh, Dr. Gray with the wisdom nuggets, baby. I am enjoying the dose of the day. Okay, are you all enjoying the women's dose of the day? I'm enjoying it. Okay. Woo! To learn more about Dr. Gray, you can visit her site, drangiegray.com. She is offering a free workbook and a clarity Zoom call. So again, go to drangiegray.com. Are you guys enjoying the dose? Yes, I see the comments. The gifts are on the way. The giveaways are on the way. I hope you all have been taking notes. I've been taking notes. So I'm so excited. Again, I'm over here. I'm on full. Are you on full? I'm on full. Well, let's continue to eat, drink, and be merry then. Moving right along, I am going to introduce our next speaker, Miss Pamela Hinkle. She is the founder of Purpose by Design. She is a conference speaker. She is an author. She is a lead pastor at Victory Celebration Church. She's a success coach, and all of her blogs, her podcasts are just a pipeline of education and hope and inspiration for so many. Please welcome Pamela Hinkle.
Thank you, Precious. I appreciate that. Well, I'm Pamela Hinkle, and I'm so excited to be here today. It is truly an honor. Mr. Les Brown, Mr. Jon Talarico, your amazing team, thank you for this opportunity. Ladies, good morning. Good afternoon. It is time for you to arise and build. Now, I would like you to put 2 words in the chat box for me. The first one, arise. And this is a powerful word. It means to emerge out of a problem and into an opportunity. Another definition reads, it is the place we ascend to. Oh, I love it. We are emerging and ascending this morning. Now, the second word, build. Build means to create or construct, but it also means to fortify and establish. Ladies, it is time for you to ascend to the place that has been established just for you. Ooh, and I believe it. And I believe in you. So let's charge the atmosphere together and shout, believe. Come on, believe. Awesome. Now listen to these statistics. In a COVID world about women, 70% of the healthcare workers globally, women, and half of the doctors. 95% of the long-term caregivers, women. This means that women in a COVID world have risen to the front lines. We applaud them and we say thank you. Indeed, women are arising everywhere. Now, in my nation, the good old US of A, for the first time, we have a woman as a vice president. It is time, ladies, to arise and build. Now, here's a little bit about my ascending story. I am a lead pastor and an inspirational speaker and a success coach. I absolutely love what I do, but it has not always been this way. Decades ago, when I began my journey, I faced so many obstacles. My leadership and my talents were just overlooked because I am a woman and because of the color of my hair. Important people would tell me, women can't do this and women can't do that. Most of these important people were men. A key moment for me in my life was when one of those important people looked me in the eyes and said, Pamela, you are a joke to the faith community. Why don't you just go home? I was devastated. I did not want to be a joke. And I almost quit. I did. But then one night, while giving our daughter her midnight bottle, I had what I call an epiphany moment. These words came up in me like a thunderbolt. The purpose that God has, God's purpose, never changes, even if the plan does. Wow. I made a quality decision in that moment that I was going to build my purpose by design and I would ascend to my place, no matter what the challenges were or what anyone said. Now, I would like to quote Dr. Mae Jemison, the first African-American female astronaut. She said, never be limited by other people's limiting imaginations. I love that quote. And in that moment, that night, I released myself from limitations. And do you know what? You can do that same thing today. You have a purpose by design. And remember, the purpose never changes, even if the plan does. It is time to arise and build. Now, I would like to reference a master builder from history for a moment. His name is Nehemiah, and you can find him in the Old Testament. Nehemiah had been commissioned to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. So he gathered a team and they went to work. But here's the thing. All they had to rebuild those walls was rubble and ruin and a dream, which was more than enough. So they went to work. But they were constantly mocked. You can't build a wall out of garbage. That wall is going to be weak. Little animals will run across it and knock it to the ground. This is what was said to the master builder. But the scripture does not tell us that Nehemiah packed up his team and went home, or that the wall was weak. In fact, it says the opposite. It says the wall was strong and that their work was accelerated, that they were given a mind to work and strong hands. Ladies, so have you. You have been given a mind to work. This means to build. Are you ready? It's time for you to go build your wall. Go build your online business. Go build your team. Go build your email list. Go build that wall of inspiration, transform lives, and help as many as you can. Now, you also have been given strong hands. That means they are equipped to do whatever is needed. Whether that is a new computer system that you need to learn, write a book, or paint a wall, you can do it. Now, do you remember Nehemiah? What did he have in his hands to build a wall? Rubble and ruin. But that was more than enough. Ladies, what is in your hands this morning? Stop comparing yourself to others and don't look at what you do not have. What you have is more than enough. Now step out in faith, don't be afraid, and just go for it. Finally, Nehemiah. He was bombarded constantly with problems, and they were created just to stop him from building. But do you know what Nehemiah said to his accusers and his problems? You might want to write this one down. He said, I am doing a great work, and I will not come down. In essence, he was saying, I believe what I'm doing is great. It is my purpose, and I will not stop no matter what. This is the mindset that we must have. Ladies, it is your time. Arise and build. Yeah. Put your mind to higher things. Use what is in your strong hands. Decide what it is that you're going to do and have the audacity to run after it. And as Les Brown, my mentor, says, it is not over until you win. Thank you. I am Pamela Hinkle.
Powerful, Pamela. Oh my goodness. Look in your hands, ladies. Oh, you got me thinking. You got me thinking. Thank you so much, Pamela. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, to learn more about Pamela, please visit purposewithpamela.com. Oh, what a message. What's in your hands? I'm anxious to know. Please let us know in the comment section. Oh, this is good. I'm full, but I can still eat. I can enjoy more. Can you? Please let me know. I have to pause a few times here because it's so good, you all. It's so, so good. All right. Our next speaker is Tanisha Ramsey. She is a 2-time best-selling author, a transformative leader, you all. And she's on a mission to help women break the cycles of shame and guilt that keep women stuck in survival mode. Let's give it up for the global influencer, Tanisha Ramsey.
Unveiling the mask that I used to wear. No giant can defeat us. We won't live in fear. Your inability to understand me, I won't let it offend or even bother me. Not when the Most High lives inside. My uniqueness, a gift, I'll no longer hide. See, you wouldn't understand. You didn't feel his hand across our face or around our neck, a rafter in your eye, much bigger than a speck. A rafter in your eye, much bigger than a speck. You have no idea how we were manipulated. Prince Charming in disguise, his intentions so calculated, convinced us to leave home and come move in. Never for 1 second did we think beatings would begin. I said never for 1 second did we think beatings would begin. I still remember the first time it happened to me. I was in shock, couldn't breathe, just cried profusely. I wanted my mom to come hold my hand and say, baby girl, it'll be okay. Baby girl, it'll be okay. I felt like a fool. Tell my friends, no way. And if my father knew, boy, that would have been the end of you. Your life was spared and you had no clue. He tied me to a tree to strip my dignity. But him taking my power ends forever today. I said, sisters, them taking our power forever ends today. See, we're still here. We weathered the storm. Shed tears for our past. No longer will we mourn. Much more than a conqueror, God's spirit lives inside of her. She stomped on the enemy's head. Fear inside is finally dead. The enemy tried to use a man to break me, but God turned it around and used it to strengthen me. Depending on God, He is my source and my light. No matter what happens, His battles He will fight. I know the God that lives inside. He opened my eyes, so I'm no longer blind. That's the only reason I didn't lose my mind. His son is the truest healer you'll ever find. I said his son is the truest healer you'll ever find. Today, the face you finally get to see, it's authentic, it's pure, it's genuinely me. And my friends call me T. See, I'm not a statistic, and neither are you. I'm unique, and you're unique. I want you to put in the chat, I'm not a statistic, I'm unique, perfectly designed by the Creator Himself. If anything you heard resonated, I want you to put what it was and then put 911, no more fear. Because we won't let fear paralyze us anymore. This message I speak, it isn't for everyone. It's for those who believe He gave His only Son to save all the women at the well like me, in hopes that one day we all would be free, finally done living in the hands of the enemy. Holy Spirit inside now ready to shout. Open your heart and let me come out. Won't let shame seal the lips our Father made. Won't hold on to guilt. I'm letting all mistakes fade. Your body is a temple, the place Spirit calls home. The disconnect is over. You no longer live alone. Your mind and thoughts are too precious to waste. Keep walking forward. It's the future you face. Remember, it's a journey, so keep a steady pace. It won't happen fast. It's not a man-made race. Some people won't understand what God is doing, but it's not their concern. It's you he's pursuing. Trust he has the only approval you'll ever need. Grounded in deep soil, you were always his seed. Got dirty many times, but now washed with his blood. I said I got dirty many times, but I'm now washed with his blood. White as snow, no more need to roll in mud. It's your responsibility to let your light shine. When familiar sees change, they'll know you're all mine. When familiar sees change, they'll know you're all mine. Don't try to hide what God is doing for you. Stop stealing his credit where credit is due. The enemy, he's tricky, now using your pride. Anything he can do to hold greatness inside. Laughing behind your back while you live a lie. Hoping your destiny won't manifest but crawls up and dies. Don't you realize your sisters need to hear when life gets too tough that she too can bear? Will you choose to be quiet or stomp on your fear? See me, I will speak the words that I've been told. My Father is giving me back the years the cankerworm stole. I can do anything and do it real bold. The Bible tells me, greater is he that lives inside of me. No devil in hell can stop my destiny. A fight for my life and the Lord won, so I'm free. Stepped into my purpose that originated from pain. The strongholds won't hold me. I won't wear the stains. Many weapons were formed, but couldn't stop his plan. Not alcohol, not drugs, and definitely not a man. His grace and mercy, the ultimate protection. Acceptance in the kingdom, free from worldly rejection. I said acceptance in the kingdom, free from worldly rejection. The Most High has quenched my thirst. Everything will come second. My God will come first. Our testimony is payback. We must share. We must tell. Now rise up and go get all my other daughters still drinking at the well. Women at the well. It's time to raise up. Ladies, it's time. It's time to share your story. It's time to give credit where credit is due. It's your time. It's turnaround season. I want you to remember 3 things. T stands for tenacious. You gotta be tenacious. Another T stands for time. It's your time. Another T, it's turnaround season. It's time to execute. It's time to stomp on your fear. COVID did a lot of things for a lot of people. What it did to me was made me see that I had to reinvent myself and do what I was called to be. Will you answer the call? Do it with me. If this message resonated with you, go to my website, tanishanow.com, or go to Wordy, my publisher, and I promise you, 25% of all the royalties that I received this month will go to women in domestic violence shelters and here in Virginia, the Her Shelter. Wordy, WORDEE.com. 911, no more fear. I have over 100 poems you can read to strengthen you every day. And Daring to Love by T.N. Mitchell, because it was time to share my story. God bless. Thank you.
Hey, Precious, we can't hear you.
Oh no. I'm sorry. But I was telling Tanisha that we left some information on her bio. She should have put Lyrical Beast and she should have put Poet on there because we missed that point. And she's offering 5 free copies if you missed that of her book, Daring to Love. So visit her website, TanishaNow.com, so that you can get that offer. I hope you all are enjoying the time that we are having so far. It's been rich. It's been good. So let's continue on. Next, we have Lillian Otes, and she's a refugee from South Sudan. Well, she was born in Uganda, and she is an entrepreneur, a motivational speaker, and an advisor. She is on a mission to help people and bring hope to communities. She has graduated from the Les Brown Institute, and we're excited for her to bring her inspirational message today. Give it up for Lillian Otes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lillian Otes. It's my honor to be here today. I just want to say thank you for Jon Talarico with all of his team, and I want to say thank you for Les Brown for putting us here together. As I told you, my name is Lillian Otes. I am here today to speak to you, all queen out there. As you can see, I put my crown on. Yes. You have the queen within you. You are that queen. The struggle of women. How many of us women, we are struggle to find ourselves? I've been there. How many of us women, we are struggle to love ourselves? You see, when women are struggle, the family struggle, the community struggle, and the whole world struggle. So I'm here to tell you, queen, put your crown back on. Put your crown back on. You know, in America alone, so many people, about 33% of America, they live in the single mother house. And that is more than 24 million people in America alone living in a single mother house. And I am that mother too. I have 4 boys that if we do not put our crown on, our next generation will suffer. So in honor for Women International Day today, I'm here, Queen, to tell all of you, put your crown back on. Lisa Hinkle said, the place where I was raising my child, the change of him going to prison is 67%, but not on my time. And I'm here as a single mother to declare this with all of you women out there, not on our time, not today, not tomorrow, not on our time, because we are that queen. We are that queen. You see, there is a powerful woman in my life. So many of them too, but today I'm just going to mention 4 of them. My mother, Rosa Parks, Mamie Brown, and Loretta King. You see, I'm not even supposed to be here. But you know what? God saved me to be here for you today to hear my voice. The cry is loud for you to hear my voice because the time is now. Our time is now. You see, by the time I get in my mother's womb, the war is starting in South Sudan so bad. You either flee for your life or die. You can imagine a single mother fleeing for her life. So many people lost their life, but God's eyes was upon her, so you can hear my voice today. I was born in refugees camp. There was no clean water, no good food. But you know what? My mother was determined. She was determined to make sure we make it. And today, as we celebrate Mother Day, the queen that behind me make me the queen that I am today. Somebody like Loretta King, who was struggled. She was a struggle on her time, so we can be free today. We have to keep fighting, Queen, because they've been fighting for us. Somebody like Mamie Brown, if you read the book of Les Brown, you got to be hungry. Somebody like Mamie Brown. You see, Mamie, when she was growing up, those young kids, she used to be a cleaner. One day she was cleaning this man's house, and the man asked her to go get a hat. When she get in the room, she have to clap her hand to show that she is not stealing. But you know what? Even though it was embarrassing for her, for me, I was seeing it as she was clapping for me. A young girl from refugees camp. One day, she will come in this country and own a cleaning company to help the community. She was clapping for me. So I just want to say thank you for Mamie Brown. Somebody like Rosa Parks, she was sitting in that bus. Rosa Parks was sitting in that bus, either sit or die. She was sitting for all of us. She was sitting for me, for you. She was telling us that you can be a CEO. You can be executive. You can be a coach. Or you can be a vice president of America. Yes, Queen, you can be a vice president of America. So I'm here today to declare this to all of you, to put your crown back on. Let us raise the next generation to be a generation of a better tomorrow. I am here today to let you know that hard work, dedicated, work with confidence, and know that you are that queen, because guess what? You are that queen. If I can put my crown on and declare that to you, for all that I went through, it is our time now. So I'm here to declare all this for you, queen. Know that you are that queen. So I'm here leaving you with 3 points. 3 points I'm leaving you with today. Number 1, find yourself. Find that queen. I know it's in there. Find yourself. Sit in a quiet place and find yourself. Number 2, love yourself. Nobody else can love you. Love yourself. Number 3, live with confidence. Determined for what you want. Work hard. And know that everything is possible. So if I can make it, guess what? You too can make it. My name is Lillian Otes, and I just want to say thank you. It was my honor and privilege for being here today. Thank you.
Woo, Lillian! Oh my goodness, that was so rich. So good. It's your time, queen. I felt it. I stood up a little bit tall over here. My shoulders got bigger when I heard you say it's my time. It's my time. Great job. To learn more, you all about Lillian Otes, go to lillianotes.com, and she is offering a free 30-minute coaching session. Again, go to lillianotes.com. Thank you so much, Lillian. I'm a queen and I'm standing tall, okay? Thank you. Great job. Great job. Okay. Queens, are you out there standing tall? It's your time. I hope you have been paying attention because it's time for a giveaway. Are you ready for a giveaway? I'm ready for it. So I have a question. If you have been listening, which I know you have. So in Fernanda's speech, she said that where your focus goes, your ... Please, in the comments section, put the remaining Come on, put the remaining pieces from that statement. Where your focus goes, your dot, 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 dot. First person to put it in there, you will be our lucky winner for our first giveaway. Yay! We have a winner. Your energy flows. All right. I refuse to butcher your name. So please email us at support@lessbrownofficial.com. Again, that's I'm tripping. Support at lessbrownofficial.com. I'm sorry. There it is on the screen. Thank you, Winnie. Support at lessbrownofficial.com. We had a winner. Thank you. You all did great. I'm going to acknowledge these. We have a lot of people who've been taking notes. Good job. Good job. That means that you are engaged and that you are here with us. Thank you so very much, you all. All right. So let's move right along. This has been absolutely amazing. Our next speaker, Maninder Chawla. She is American SAG-AFTRA actor. She's a professor, a model, a filmmaker, and a stand-up comic. Love it. A life coach and author of the book, The Reclining Chair. Being on this platform with Les Brown is ultimately a dream come true for her, and we're so excited for her to bring her powerful message. Bring it up, Miss Maninder Chawla.
Hi, everyone. How are you today? Namaste, Sat Sri Akal, Salam Alaikum. How are you doing today? My name is Maninder. Let me say that again. Maninder. Okay. Look, all my life, I've had people call me Nikki because Nikki is my nickname. And I made it easier for my teachers, my friends, and everyone. Look, if I can pronounce chrysanthemum, then you can certainly pronounce Maninder. Maninder was given to me by my beloved mother, whom I lost before COVID on February 29th, 2020 at 7:34 p.m. My mother's name was Joginder. Okay, I'm not kidding you. Yes, I know it rhymes, but these are sick names. Yeah, I'm cool. Yeah, no, we don't need Tylenol. Sikh means student of God. Sikh. Yes, I'm a Sikh American woman, raised by Sikh parents. And my mother, oh, she was a warrior. I want you to think about a person in your life who's inspired you, why you are today, why you breathe today. For me, it was my mother. Yes. And I lost her before COVID. And I know some of you have lost someone in your life. The pandemic has hit us hard. Yes, it is. Yes, it has. Either we lost our jobs, either we lost a loved one, and we have lost the ability to go out normally, which has been a tragedy for all of us. And I have my heart going out to all of you who have lost a loved one, such as myself before COVID. See, my mother taught me so much. My mother faced the violence in India before during the partition of 1947. India was ruled by the British. She was a refugee, and she saw so much violence, a massacre, a Holocaust, a genocide. My mother was raised by wonderful parents. Her father was a farmer. My mother came here with 4 children, wearing a flowing sari, a fragrant sari, embroidered, wearing chappals, that is, sandals. She had trunks of luggage with her, and my father awaited her at the airport. See, my mother got married when she was 16. She knew very little English and took ESL classes here in America. Oh, she assimilated, she adapted, she made friends. My mother went everywhere. She went shopping. She did the best she could to be in this country, this new land of opportunity. And she was strong. My mother cooked all the beautiful Indian dishes and it just wooed me home every day. That aroma, that masala. She gardened, she grew her own vegetables. She cleaned, she was organized. I think every mother should be paid for the job that they do to raise their kids. And my mother was a dynamic woman. She taught me to be fearless. See, my name is Maninder, means goddess of the heart. And I connected with the universe. My mother's name is Joginder, and her name means union with God. Who is prepared to lose a parent? I know I wasn't. I definitely wasn't. I didn't know how to begin my life. I had a rebirth. And I'm sure all of you can relate to this. When you go through a tragedy, you don't know what's going to happen, right? But John Green, an author, says, grief doesn't change you, it reveals you. And it revealed me. When I lost my mother, I didn't know whether I was going to live my life. I woke up with urgency. And I remember when my acting teacher said, Elizabeth Kemp, what is your need? My need was to follow my mother's legacy and to be a powerful woman and to get up. Yes, I cried, but I knew that I had to live my life and honor my mother and honor what she had done to raise me to be the person that I am today. I never dreamed that I would be in this space. And I'm so grateful to Les Brown for giving me this opportunity because I manifested it every day. This is exactly 1 year since I've lost her. And to have this opportunity to speak to you and tell my truth, I am completely grateful for. I learned to be fearless. I learned that I can follow my dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, what are your goals and dreams? Don't let life pass you by. My mother, who knew very little English, she used to quote Chaucer, Geoffrey Chaucer, and say, time is a tide, waits for no one, so what are you waiting for? Find the joy, find the passion of what you want to do with your life. Don't let it pass you by. See, it was what I was doing in private that counted, and that still counts. My training as a method actor has given me so much knowledge. As Stanislavski says, being public and private. Yes, it's what you're doing when you think no one is watching you is very essential because that is your gift. That is your growth to move forward. See, loss isn't easy. No, it's not. But I took that loss, that time, this year, to excel, to be creative, to go deep inside myself and ask myself, what do I want in my life? How do I see my life moving forward? As Les Brown said, rob the cemetery before it robs you. I've learned so much from him. It's given me a chance to just let my heart flow with passion. Ladies and gentlemen, do you do things with your heart? Do you listen to your heart? Because the heart does have a mind. As Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the founder of Sikhism, said, conquer the mind and you can conquer the world. Each day counts. And I live my days, each day, as if it is my last. I love teaching acting. I love coaching my students. My religion teaches me to serve the world, do service. As my mother always taught me, it is what you do at home that counts. When you cook, cook with your love. Pour your heart in it. When you clean, clean with your heart. When you speak, speak with love. The language you use matters. It does. I've had the best of two worlds. Being Indian and being American. East meets West, and these two worlds have made me who I am today. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think about this. Your heart union. Have yourself unified with the world. And it starts with your inner child. Be in union with your inner child. I learned to parent myself now that I don't have parents. Ladies and gentlemen, you only have your own fingerprint. No one else is like you in this world. My name is Maninder. Maninder, goddess of the heart. That's my story, and I am sticking to it. Sasri Akal.
Fernanda, oh my goodness, that was so amazing. Ah, beautiful. Talking about making history. You are a history maker, okay? That was beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, to learn more about Maninder, you all, Maninder, okay? She said it, Maninder. Visit her website at Chawla.com, and she's offering a 20-minute coaching and acting session. Oh, you guys, listen, it's Women's History Month. When you encounter the woman, you encounter grace, you encounter beauty, you encounter fierceness, you encounter fervor, you encounter passion and courage and boldness. I hope you feel this through the screen, confidence and just all around up. I don't even have a word for it, but it's up. Oh, come on, ladies. They have been bringing it. Ah, I'm so happy. As you can see, I'm stoked. I love celebrating women. I love celebrating people, but women in general, they are amazing, okay? Get you some. All right, so our next speaker, Judy Herman, is a counselor, a speaker, and author, and she is on a mission to help soul-searching professional women recreate their vibrantly authentic lives. So excited for her message today. Give it up for Judy Herman.
Thank you so much, Precious. I'm so glad to be here. And I am so excited. Ladies and gentlemen, this moment is a moment in time. It's a divine invitation. My name is Judy, and even though we're meeting across the screen, I recognize that you are worthy of love, dignity, and respect. Every one of us knows this in the deep places of our hearts, but some of us are not aware, and we experience the opposite through messy relationships. I'm a mental health counselor who specializes in relationships, and I'd like to talk with you about your authentic life. Yet most of us are hiding like living in a dark cave, depleted of fresh air. We've all faced transitions. What we thought was stable, our families, our well-being, but some of us have lost more than we ever imagined. I want to share one of the most transformational techniques that's helped hundreds of my clients, and it's so very simple and yet profound, and it has the potential for getting you into your vibrantly authentic life. Here's 3 strategies, and I'd like you to write this down. The first is awareness. Write down awareness and tune into the letter A. Awareness is this lifelong journey that we all have. And according to neuroscience, before our mid-20s, our brains are not even totally online yet. We're still under construction. And we make major life decisions then. And it's easy to take foolish actions. And then we judge ourselves and live in shame. And we're not aware of God's forgiveness and love. And we miss out on forgiving ourselves and living a life of grace. Realize now that there's so much more to be aware of. Thich Nhat Hanh says awareness is like the sun, and when it shines on things, they are transformed. So awareness is first, and second, intentions. And pay attention to the letter I in intentions. Have you ever unintentionally offended someone and they thought you did it on purpose? No, we didn't intend to, but we weren't intentional to be aware. We can have our light bulb moments, but for positive change to happen, we need to be intentional. And that means taking time to pray, to meditate, to imagine, and to plan. I love ancient Greek literature. There's a saying that goes like this: when I was a child, I spoke as a child, I understood as a child, and I thought as a child. But when I became an adult, I put away childish things. Now, the third thing after awareness intentions is risks. Now, I'd like you to tune in to the letter R, and I'd like you to write risk in the chat. Now, we're not talking about foolish risks or crazy risks, but we're talking about risks of growth based upon awareness and intentionality. Now, if you look at the letters of each of those words, it spells air. Now, I'm going to share with you what I do with my clients. And also when my little grandchildren come to spend the night, I do this with them too. But I'd like you to right now, just take a deep breath of air with me and take a deep breath from your belly and go all the way up to the top of your lungs, and then slowly breathe out as if you're breathing through a straw. Now, if you do this, 3 deep breaths of air like that, here's what it does. It slows down our nervous system and it grounds us in this very present moment. In this moment in time, it's a divine invitation. You see, our lives are so valuable, and we all have core needs to be felt, to feel felt and to feel loved through our relationships. But we're born into imperfect family systems, cultures, and religions. For an example, I grew up in a very conservative faith denomination with a whole lot of don'ts. You don't drink, you don't smoke, and you don't engage in premarital dancing. Well, I've learned a lot since then. I've learned that our lives and our relationships are like dances, and they're in constant motion. And our movement and motions are emotions. And these emotions, they are temporary messengers to our souls, yet we don't pay attention to them. But we need to honor them when they show up, because there's some messages they have. And think of when you have family over or company, and you want to set the table really nice with cloth napkins, and we listen and we honor our guests, and then they leave, but they're not intended to be stagnant or stay. And that's really what happens. So some of us get stuck in what we call the unpleasant emotions of anger and fear. And then our relationships become war zones. Rather than a marital partnership, many couples, they're not living together. They're dying together. What do we do if we're dying together through a messy relationship? Let's take another deep breath right now, because change will not happen without intentions. And taking care of yourself is vital, especially if you are living with a spouse who has poor coping skills or a short temper. And especially when you think you can manage his short temper. I know. I've had 40 years of marital experiences to 2 different husbands. I was not aware that you cannot do for others what only they can do for themselves. And you might be saying, but you don't understand, Judy. My situation's different. And I get that. I realize I don't know you. Yet I likely have heard parts of your story in my counseling office. Right now, I want you to focus on the R in our AIR acronym, risks. In my favorite book, it says that God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of love and of power and of a sound mind. it requires a risk of growth. I'd like to share a story that happened after World War II. There were Japanese soldiers hiding in caves long after the war was over, and they were on high alert and armed and dangerous. And the islanders, they were ready to use force and even kill them if necessary. But one person convinced the villagers that those soldiers were worthy of dignity and respect. So with a military band playing the Japanese national anthem, they marched toward the caves and they announced through the loudspeakers, "The war is over." And one by one, the soldiers risked marching out of the cave and into the fresh air. We all have cave stories. I've helped other people be aware, intentional, and take risks of growth. I've helped hundreds of couples create resilience in their marriages. But here's my cave story. I was still unaware of the severity of my second husband's mental illness. Oh, he had years of wellness when we met through ballroom dancing. But I stayed in a marriage that was long past its expiration date. I couldn't do for him what only he could do for himself. And I was suffocating. And I took a lot of deep breaths of air. My risk was facing the reality that I couldn't help him. And I got to a point where I said, I can't do this anymore. I decided to face my greatest fears. And that's when I began to feel the rhythm of my life. I decided to let go of what doesn't belong to me. And that's when I began to hear the band playing the music of my soul. And I chose to live my life worthy of dignity, love, and respect. I learned a new dance. What is your cave story? There's lots of fresh air. And deep in your heart, you know that you are worthy of dignity, love, and respect. The war is over. This moment in time, it's a divine invitation. My name is Judy K. Herman, author of Beyond Messy Relationships, and I'd like to give you a free relationship stress quiz. So sign up and go to my website, judycounselor.com.
Wow. Judy, I'm speechless. What am I supposed to do after that, huh? Good. Change will not happen without intention. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Powerful, powerful message. The chat is blowing up. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Great job.
You.
Yes, to learn more about Judy, visit her, judycounselor.com, and she's going to give us a relationship stress quiz. She wants us to be free of messy relationships. How many people want to be free of messy relationships? Woo! Or maybe you're not in a messy relationship and you're already free. Good. Thank you so much, Judy. Oh, this is good. This is good. Hey, listen, you all, this is so good. I hope you are tagging someone. I hope you are sharing this video. If not, please go ahead and share this live and make sure you're tagging someone, because again, information is meant to be shared, okay? A share is free and a tag is free. So please share and feel free to tag. All right, let's keep it going. Mary J., our next speaker, is a life coach, a certified motivational speaker, founder of Women Treasure Organization, Real Talk with Mary J., and the owner of Iron Press LLC. She had some challenges growing up and excited to help us to continue to break the barriers in our lives beyond the walls of the church. Give it up for Mary J.
Thank you, Precious. Thank you, everyone. I am so glad to be here on today. To my mentor and coach, the great legendary Mr. Les Brown, thank you for having me. And to Mr. Jon Talarico, thank you so much for this opportunity. There is greatness all over the atmosphere. I can feel it. I feel it deep down in my gut. There are women that are being celebrated all over the world on today because I want you to know there's a winner in you. There is greatness in you. You are in it to win it. And I want to celebrate you on today, along with all women all over the world. We are celebrating women on today. I want to talk to you all today about winning in life. How do you win in life? Wow, winning in life. I want you to think about your goals, your visions, and your dreams. And when you think about your goals, your visions, and your dreams, I want you to think of all that you ever imagined to be, that person that you always wanted to be as a little child. Do you remember that little girl deep down on the inside? And for our gentlemen that are watching, do you remember that little boy who used to dream deep down on the inside? Go back to that person. Think about all of the wonderful things that you wanted to do in life and all of the wonderful dreams that you wanted to accomplish. And I want you to just pause for a moment. And I want you to take a walk back with me, back to the person that you once were. Think about the most difficult, the most devastating challenge that you could have ever been faced with. Have you thought about that thing? Yes. That thing right there, that lets me know that you are an overcomer, that you are a winner, and that there is greatness in you. You see, because once you begin to think about all of the challenges that you went through, and you had to be reminded of the most difficult, the most devastating thing that has ever come upon you, I'm sure, just like myself, there were many. You had to think about, which one do I want to think about? What was greater than that experience? And how was I able to overcome that challenge? So you came up with the most difficult challenge in your life. And that lets me know that you are an overcomer because you are still here. There is so much work in you for you to do. That's why you're here on today. I want you to write this down in the chat. Chat this. Be willing to do the work all over the world. Where you are, be willing to do the work. You have to work while it is day. You have to work on those goals, visions, and dreams. You have to work on yourself. Be willing to do the work. Make the sacrifice for you, because can't nobody beat you at being you. You are your best investment. So be willing to do the work for yourself. Listen, you might have some sleepless nights. You may deplete everything that you have, but you have to take a chance on you. So you have to be willing to do the work. I want you to write this down. Invest in yourself. Have you invested in yourself? Are you willing to do the work? See, I had to invest in myself. I had to be willing to do the work. I had to reinvent myself. You have to become innovative in this season, particularly in this time. You have to reinvent yourself. You see, because that little girl that you once were and all of those dreams you had, that little boy that you were and all of the things that you imagined to be, and then life dealt you a hand. See, my mentor, Mr. Les Brown, told me that life is a fight for territory. As soon as you begin to fight for what you want, what you don't want will try to take over. Oh my God, isn't that just like life? As soon as you begin to fight for what you want, what you don't want will try to take over. That's why you have to wrestle with life until it gives you what you want. You have to demand that life gives you what you want, because you were meant to be here and you are here on purpose. See, I had to reinvent myself. I had to become innovative. I had to invest myself. So I had to make the investment. You see, my life in the hand that I was dealt was not the hand that I wanted to play, because I was a teenage mother, forced to be married at the age of 16 because I was pregnant. And the life that I knew was not the life that I had intended to live. I went through so much trauma in my life. Oh my God, from one thing to the next, going through so much brokenness and broken relationships. Some might say you were looking for love in all the wrong places. You know how that goes. But I say no. I was looking for life. because the life that I was presently living was not the life that I had intended. It sure was not the life that I imagined to live. I wanted more at life, so I had to become innovative and invest in myself. I had to count on me because there was no one else that was going to do it for me, so I had to make it happen. And you have to make it happen too. It does not matter who is against you. It does not matter if you have to take this walk alone and walk by yourself all on your own. You have to be willing to invest in yourself, because I want to tell you today, you're worth it. You are worth the investment. You are a jewel. You're chosen. You're a chosen generation. You're worth the investment. So I had to become innovative. And I took all of the circumstances and all of the challenges and all of the experiences that I had in life, and I became innovative. I began Women of Treasure organization, helping women to birth their potential and to pull out the treasures in them, because I didn't have anyone to pour into me at that time. So whatever it is that you're facing with in life, whatever that burning desire that is in you, that is your passion, that is your purpose, it's going to propel you, watch this, into your blessed place. It's going to position you, and it's going to propel you into purpose. So you have to be willing to do the work. You have to be willing to make the investment, and you have to be willing, write this down, to never give up on you. Never give up on you. Never give up on your dreams, your visions, and your goal. Never give up on yourself. Be willing to win. Even while losing, I was willing to win, because after all that I had already gone through, I was faced with a marriage of 19 years that was built on nothing but deception, lies, and betrayal. I walked away from that marriage, taking only my belongings, leaving the house and everything in it. I was homeless for 45 days, but I was willing to give up on myself. I was willing to do the work, and I was willing to make sure that I made the investment, and I became innovative. I began Real Talk Mary J, a social outlet for a positive outcome, having everyone to understand that the challenges in life, just because you're going through and life happens, it does not have to happen to you. So I want you all, wherever you are, go back to those dreams, pull them off the shelf, dust them off, and get ready, because there is greatness in you. You have to be willing to do the work. You have to be willing to invest in yourself, and you have to be willing to never give up on your goals and dreams. Never give up on your goals and dreams. Where you are today, at some point in your life, you've made an appointment to be there. And where you are today, the reason why you're still here, because there's still a fighter in you that will not let you quit, that will not let you give up, that will not let you throw in the towel. So you just keep fighting, because in the end, you're going to win. Yes, you are. You're going to win. Mr. John Maxwell said that life is one big choice. Choose wisely. So the decisions that you make today will shape your tomorrow. So be careful. The decisions that you make will bring you to the place where you are destined and chosen to be. You're going to have to fight for it. You're going to have to work day and night for it. You may sweat, you may bleed for it, you may cry for it, but there's greatness in you. And in the end, you're going to win. You're coming out victoriously in this thing. I am Mary J. Make it happen. Be accountable. You are resilient. And listen, don't ever give up on yourself. Say yes to your goals and dreams, because there is a winner in you.
Woo! Mary J, I am captivated, convinced, captured, and all of the above, okay? This was so good. Oh my goodness. Such a powerful message, Mary J. Thank you.
Thank you
so much. So beautifully said. So beautifully said. All right, y'all. You can follow Mary J on womenoftreasure.com. .org. You can follow her on her website. She is offering, this is good, a free registration to Women of Treasure Grits and Grits. Girls and Grits, virtual empowerment brunch is held on March the 20th. So that is a free registration to Women of Treasure Girls and Grits virtual empowerment brunch, and it's held on March the 20th. Go and register on her website, womenoftreasure.org. Great job, Mary J. Great job. I hope you all taking notes because this is some rich content that these ladies are pouring out to us. They're making history. They are history makers, okay? Beautiful. So our next speaker, Mel Walton, she is an entrepreneur. She's a new author, okay? And she is an inspiring individuals to be the best version of themselves, to be the best that they can be. And so I'm excited to bring her on the screen, Mel Walton.
Hi. Hi, my name is Mel. I am the founder and CEO of My New Up. I would like to take this opportunity to applaud all women as we celebrate Women's History Month. I have a question. How many of you remember being the age of 7? Very well. If you can just put 7 in the chat for me, the number 7. Well, for me, we lived in Nashville, Tennessee in a 2-bedroom apartment. One day, getting off the school bus, I noticed furniture sitting on the side of the road. I thought, someone has furniture just like ours? Why is it on the road? Well, when I approached the apartment door, there was a white piece of paper taped to it. It read, "Do not enter." What do you mean, do not enter? I live here. So I ran upstairs to call my mom. She instructed me to go to her friend's house 3 blocks away. She asked my friend's older sister if she would walk me there, and she said yes. My only thought was, please don't make me pass that furniture. Please, can we go around? Can we cut through the apartments? But please don't make me pass that furniture. She took my hand and pulled me along. We passed the furniture. I was terrified, tears streaming down my face, thinking a monster was going to just jump out and go, "Rawr!" and just snatch us in. I felt abandoned and scared, not knowing where my brothers were or my dad. Soon to find out, we had been put out. Yes, evicted. My dad had not paid rent. Here's God's grace and strength of a woman. The very next day, my mom found us a house. Yes, a house. Remember this number, 718. We moved in. My dad came along with us, but that was short-lived. My mom gave him the boot. I don't blame her. But that was 2 traumatizing events for a 7-year-old within a year. Strength of a woman. Fast forward 7 years later, in 1977, I gave birth to a baby boy named Andre at a 7-day Adventist hospital. My mom was the best. She was practically my baby's mama. Really. At this time, she had a really good job and was able to provide a comfortable life for us. Such resilience my mom had. Strength of a woman. Not so fast. Resilient. I had no idea the meaning of resilience until my later years. My young adult life was full of self-sabotage and destruction. Yeah, that was me. Because, see, that eviction was mine. I owned it. I was going to carry it with me because it belonged to me. As life went on, I just felt that I was not smart enough, pretty enough, just not enough. I had to eventually collect myself. Pastor Tim Story once said, if you don't handle life, life will handle you. One thing about life, it happens to each and every one of us. And if we can recognize that life is not happening to us, but for us, it is what we make it. We all have choices in life, and this one life we have is not a dress rehearsal. We all should live like we mean it. Women, a very wise man once told me, a woman should let a man be a man. We have become so conditioned to being everything to everybody. What we need to do is be conditioned to loving ourselves and putting ourselves first. See, we can't save the world, and we definitely can't save anyone else until we save ourselves. It's like when you go in an airplane and the flight attendant makes the announcement before takeoff. They tell us in case of drop in the cabin pressure, if you have a small child seated next to you or someone who acts like one, put your mask on first. You can't give what you don't have. Learn to say no. I say there's nothing like a mother's love. That holds true. On the flip, no one should love you more than you love yourself. See, I had to get to that. I had to understand that I was stuck at 7 years old. I couldn't let that eviction go. I didn't deserve a home because I was just going to lose it anyways. One day I made up my mind that I was not going to beat myself up anymore about that eviction from 1977 or me being a young mother. I had to slay that dragon. She had to get. It wasn't until then I realized that I was not my eviction. I could love her, and it's never too late to be that little person. I can embrace her, and in fact, I love loving her. She's hugged, and she's told how smart and beautiful she is on a daily basis. The love that I have to give now is gratifying. I buy her Happy Meals all the time. Whatever her heart desires, that's what she will receive from me. What's your eviction? Who do you love more than you? What are you still holding on to? When are you going to realize that you are not your eviction? You are not what happened to you. My GOAT, Coach Jon Talarico, he told me that I could borrow his belief from me until I have the belief in myself. Well, Jon, thanks to you, I now have my own. In this time of transformation, there are going to be some disruptions, but there are also going to be some miracles. My GOAT mentor, Mr. Les Brown, says, Lord, whatever I face today, you and I can handle it. Do what you can, God will do what you can't. God will work for you, through you, as you. He also says when things go wrong, don't go with them. Sometimes we have to take a thorough look at ourselves and our surroundings, our environment. This means you have to let some things and some people go. Let go or be dragged. Your choice. Have the gift of goodbye. See, nothing is going to work until you work. So if you sit around and hang out with complainers and do nothing, who are you? Right now, we have the best opportunity to be and do anything possible. Oh, what was that? There's a pandemic. Yep. Guess what? It leveled the playing field for everyone. And I mean everyone. Everyone has to rethink about their livelihoods, even the rich. A lot of us faith it through. See, faith not tested can't be trusted. And if you can't have faith to know that better days are ahead, you won't move. Remember that number 718? 50 years later, I find myself right back there. Different home, but same address. Won't he do it? This little girl has a safe and secure place to call home. My mentor, Les Brown, talks about family and home often. I love to see him and John Leslie chit-chatting. When John Leslie speaks, Mr. Brown gazes at him with such admiration, such love. I don't think he even blinks. Like to say, if you were a brownie, I would devour you right now. Now that's love. Women, we have that look of love in our eyes quite often. Women, wisdom we have, vision, insight, and truth. Women, opportunity once in a lifetime to have a great life we can create for ourselves. Women, manifest miracles for us whom open our hearts. Women, exemplify excellence, exude elegance. Women, never giving in, never giving out. We will not relinquish our God-given authority and dominion. Woman, you are a lotus flower. So now that I have reminded you of how great you are, my name is Mel Walton. What is your new up? You can find me at melwalton.com.
Woo, man! Exemplifying excellence and exuding elegance. Oh, that's beautiful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful job. Thank you so very much. You can learn more about Mel Walton at melwalton.com. And she is offering a self-help assessment. Oh, didn't she do a phenomenal job? Give it up for Mel. Oh, I'm sorry, you all. The Women's Summit is lit. Okay? Can you say lit? It is lit. It's lit. It's on fire. These ladies have came with so much. Okay? So much. I'm ready for another giveaway. And I know you're ready for another giveaway. But let me warm you up a little bit. Let's see who's out there. Let's see who's out there. Let's see if you've been listening before I get to the actual giveaway. Yashika told us that the very first person the Messiah introduced himself to was dot. This should be easy. Dot. Who did the Messiah introduce himself to? Who's been listening? Yes, Becky. Yes, Angie. You all, come on. Yes, Usman. Yes, come on. They've been listening. I love it. All right, Angela, Tisha, y'all getting it. All right, I'm just making sure I'm warming your thumbs up, okay? I'm warming your thumbs up. All right. Angie told us that if it doesn't quit, we must. If it doesn't fit, I think I gave you an answer. If it doesn't fit, we must. It's a 4-letter word. If it doesn't fit, we. Yes, Ocean Lover. I'm loving it. Okay, y'all been listening. I love it. You all are actually here with us today. All right. God, okay. Then we've been told by Maninder. I'm sorry, I didn't got her name wrong. Forgive me, okay? And she made it clear too. Maninder, that grief doesn't choose you. It what? Grief doesn't change you. It what? What does grief do? It doesn't change you. It. Thank you. Grief doesn't change you. It's. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for getting her name right for me. Maninder. You're right. Thank you. It reveals you. Thank you all being so kind and so gracious. All right, then. So y'all ready for the gift then? Let's go to the giveaway. All right. Tanisha gave us 3 T's. Tanisha, 3 T's. Can anybody, if you're not in class, not the Power Boys class or graduate, we need somebody who hasn't, okay? Gave us 3 T's. Could you please give us the 3 T's that she gave us? Tanisha gave us 3 T's. What are they? 3 T's. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Dum 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 dum. Oh, no one got the 3. Oh, here we go. Tenacious, time, and turnaround. Yes, Angela. Woo! All right, Angela, please email us at support@lesbrownofficial.com. Support@lesbrownofficial.com. I am loving this, you guys. Oh, this is so good. So good. All right. We have made it through our first round of speakers, you all. Isn't that amazing? Give the first round of speakers a round of applause. They showed out. They showed up. Change will not happen without intention. We had some powerful speakers come to you this morning, and I cannot wait for the second half. Before we even get started with the second half, I want to know what's sticking with you. What's resonating? Do you feel yourself? Do you see yourselves in the stories? Are you hearing, that's me, that's me, that's me, I've been there? Can you relate? When you hear woman, what do you hear when you hear woman? Let's talk for a second before we get to our second round of speakers. When you hear woman, when you hear women's history, when you've heard from these dynamic women, what do you hear? What are you taking away with you? Yes. Oh, you needed this? I'm going to put that up there. See, we needed this. What are y'all hearing? Okay. Yes, you love it. Thank you, Joy. Women empowerment. I love it. Keep it coming. Powerful. Thank you. This is powerful. You hear roar. Tisha hears roar. Beautiful. Yes. They want to relate to something from each speaker. I'm so very proud of them. Oh, they're so very proud of you guys. People are inspired, you all. Oh, we need to get what's ours. That's right. Come grabbing it, right? You heard them say, get, it's your time, queen. It's your time. Servant leaders, yes. Self-love, efficacy, spirit of uplift. Come on. Judy said, we're not alone. I love this. Fire, royalty, being intentional. Women are taking an amazing stand. Choose to challenge. Choose to challenge status quo, whatever it is. Unstoppable women. Choose to stand up and be counted. Let your voice be heard because it's the season to be heard. Power, heart, love, inspiration, and true grit. We learn and grow through awareness. That is so true. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Glory to these women for being on point. They are on point, okay? So well worth it. Yes, self-love is amazing, isn't it? They brought the heat. Brought the fire, stirring it up. Queens. Aw. They said, thank you for uplifting us. Oh, this is amazing. This is beautiful. Are you all ready for round 2 then? Round 1, we got knocked out. Are you ready for round 2? Because I'm telling you, there's so much more heat to come. Yes. If don't make a change, we won't see a change. That's right. I love it. You hear resilience. Yes, women's voice is powerful. This is due season. Living life to the full. Gratitude. I love it, you all. Affirm yourselves and affirm your sisters. That's right. Woo! Are you all ready for round 2? Let me see. Thumbs up. I'm ready for round 2. I'm ready for round 2. Round 2, ready to bring it. All right, I'm excited. All right, well, our first speaker for the round 2 is Sabrina Marx. She hails from Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean, and she's a gifted inspirational writer and speaker, most known for using her voice and stories to give fierce encouragement to others, inspire, motivate, and empower people to dream big and fulfill their purpose. Please give it up for Sabrina Marx.
Hi, Precious. Thank you so much for that introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are. I am speaking to you from the beautiful Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I live in Trinidad, and some of you may have never heard of Trinidad before. For some of you who do know of it, you may know Trinidad as a small dot in a chain of islands that make up the beautiful Caribbean. And I'm here to tell you, from someone born and living on this beautiful dot in a big and grand world, that there is infinite potential in everyone from every part of the world. My name is Sabrina, and I want all of you to think about your life, to think about your goals, and to think about what it is you want to create for yourself. And I want you to write this down. It is time to stand up for my dreams. See, your dreams are not determined by the small size of a dot that people sometimes perceive us to be. People are free to state their opinion of you or the amount of potential that they think they see in you, but they are not free to disturb and to disrupt the foundation of worthiness that you have. No, because you are more than a dot. You have so much more worth to give. My phenomenal mentor, Mr. Les Brown, he reminds us that another person's opinion of us is none of our business. So you can choose to ignore the people who have more to say about your life than their own, because you have a purpose to fulfill, great work to do, work that can only be accomplished by you. You have greatness within you, and you have infinite potential within you. A long time ago, I had these goals and I had these dreams that I wanted to achieve, but I always felt like I couldn't do it. I diminished my potential and my ability because all I had was the vision of a small dot. Before I gave my ideas a fighting chance, I allowed the size of that mental dot to determine my outcome. You see, every time I had an idea, I would talk myself down from executing it. And it was like trying to move and accelerate in my car, only to discover that my brakes were on. And the brakes were the internal doubt. The brakes were the negative self-talk. The brakes were the negative attitudes. The brakes were the negative thoughts. Those brakes, they were the anxiety and the fear and the worry. The brakes were the internal mental conditioning of constantly doubting myself. And I know it happens to all of us. If you can relate to this, I need you to type yes in the chat box, because it happens to all of us. See, I didn't believe in myself, and I didn't believe in my abilities, and I kept comparing myself to everyone around me. But the truth is, I was driven by fear. I didn't have the courage to believe in me. You see, courage, ladies and gentlemen, is not the absence of fear, but courage is the willingness to act in spite of that fear. And for years, I allowed that fear to hold me back from using my talents, gifts given to me by God. Have you ever wanted to do something, but then a voice of fear enters your mind to tell you that you're not good enough? Well, I'm here to tell you that you are great enough, that you are fabulous enough, that you are superb enough, that you are capable enough just the way you are. Yes. See, one day I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, this is not me. I recognized that I had been living an unfulfilled life. And that was the day that I decided that I was going to bet on me. That was the day that I decided that I was going to expand the size of that mental dot. That was the day that I was going to explore what it is I truly love. And it's been the best decision that I've ever made. I mean, as an example, I am here speaking to you on this amazing summit commemorating Women's International Day. Has it been an easy process? Absolutely not. But I want to tell you something. Once you follow your heart, your potential unravels. And in that unraveling of your potential, you get momentum to push through those difficult moments and situations that come your way. And I stand as a living testimony of that, because on the day that I found out that I was going to be a part of this summit is the day that I lost my best friend, my dad. So those difficult moments are going to come. But when that potential begins to unravel, you begin to see a resilience in you to push through all obstacles. See, I began to use my talents little by little, day by day, because there is infinite potential in me. And I know that there is infinite potential in you. All you have to do is to tap into it. Begin to tap into it. I do not mean jump off the deep end. No. Begin to tap into your potential by just taking the first step forward. Because your gift will make room for you. So I encourage you all to move in alignment with the purpose in your life. As Les Brown says, rob the cemetery. Use your gifts now, for so many are never used and they end up making the cemetery rich. So let's rob the cemetery. Leave nothing there. For when your time does come, you would have left this earth an empty vessel, completely used for good. Refuse to die an unlived life. And for choosing to participate in this summit today, I know that I am amongst a group of dreamers right now. I know that I am in a space full of dreamers. And here's something I know about you. Although I have never met you, there is greatness within you. And you have the ability to imagine and to dream. Today, I'm here to help you pull that dream out from within you, because anything and everything is possible in your life. I want you to not only stand up for your dream, but I am encouraging you to answer the call on your heart. See, most people, they live life from their mind. And the mind believes it's been trained. It's been trained to be practical, to be logical and realistic. That becomes part of our lifestyle. But your heart is where your treasure is also. See, your heart is connected to your imagination. And when I began to truly tap into my imagination and move beyond a life of merely existing into the life that I want to create for myself, that's when I decided to stop living a misplaced life and to answer that call on my life. How many of you are working in a corporate world? You may have a job, but is it truly a job that lights your heart on fire? And I bet you're in a good job because you're getting paid for it. But I want you to ask yourself these questions. What is it that you love? What is your passion? How do you serve others? What fulfills you? You see, my dear friends, a job is what you are made for, but a calling is what? A job is what you are paid for, but a calling is what you are made for. And just like I decided today, I'm here to to encourage you to do what is inside of your heart. I encourage you, when there is an argument between your mind and your heart, to follow your heart. And there you will find your treasure. There you will find the courage to use your gifts, and your gifts will expand, bringing you opportunities for you to grow, for you to increase your impact in this world, for you to become a global voice for change on this planet. So stand up for your dream, lead from your heart, and believe in yourself. I read a study that was done with some top achievers across the world, and they wanted to know what was that one common denominator that all these top achievers have that allow them to achieve their goals. What is that one thing that separated them from 99%? Yes, 99%, because you see, only 1% really and truly live the true potential of what they have inside of them. And they found out that it was belief. So if you're serious about your dreams, get around the right people. Get around the right people who will feed your faith and allow your doubts and negative thinking to starve to death. Get around people who see it for you. Borrow their belief until you are able to build your own. People that's going in the same direction with you. People who will motivate you and you will motivate them. People who will hold you accountable and you will hold them accountable. This is your time, yes. So stand up for your dreams. Stand up now. More than ever, we're seeing with coronavirus how fragile life is. So if you are listening to my voice right now, answer the call, because life has no duplicate. Answer the call because you were chosen out of 400 million sperm to do something great. As Les Brown says, you are an unrepeatable miracle. I'm going to repeat that. You are an unrepeatable miracle. Man's belief in God is measured by his belief in himself according to his faith. So believe in yourself, have faith, believe in your dreams, and believe in the possibilities of a life different from what you have. I am a global life. I'm a global voice for change, and I am envisioning a life greater than that which cannot be contained on a job. You have something special in you. You have greatness within you. So expand your vision and never give up on your dream. Thank you. Visit my website. It's www.iamsabrinamarx.com. I fiercely encourage you to subscribe to my blog, and I have 8 free motivational tips to fuel your motivation. So thank you so much.
Wow. I'm charged, Sabrina. I am charged. I feel so stirred up on the inside. Great, great job. Answer the call. Okay, we're answering the call of our hearts. We appreciate you so very much. You all follow Sabrina.
Thank you.
Go to her website, www.iamsabrinamarx.com. Wow, what a message. Woo! Are you inspired or what? You are getting a dose of women all day today. Okay? A dose of women, baby. Woo! This is good. This is so good. I'm so encouraged. All right, let's keep going. Our next speaker, Sylvia Rodriguez, is a bilingual motivational speaker and eternal optimist whose goal is to inspire everyone she interacts with. She believes that we're all valuable and critical members of society who must continually improve in order to outsmart ourselves. Let's give it up for Sylvia Rodriguez.
Thank you, Precious. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sylvia Rodriguez, the prodigal daughter, and I'm here to tell you that it's totally possible to become better versions of ourselves. That if we can get ourselves into a mess, we can get ourselves out of it. That if we approach life differently, we are more than capable of reaching our goals and dreams. Now, before I share with you a technique that I'm using to become a better version of myself, let's first level set and agree that most of us are fully aware of what's right and what's wrong. Yet most of us continue to put ourselves in difficult situations unnecessarily. We can also agree that the reason why we do what's wrong is because it brings us instant pleasure, instant gratification, and because it's just simply easier to do what's wrong. For those of you who agree that doing what's wrong is just easier and much more fun, chat with me. And as you chat, ponder this. Les Brown has said, if you do what is easy, life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, life will be easy. Let me repeat that. If you do what is easy, life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, life will be easy. Ladies and gentlemen, for over 10 years, I went the easy route, spending most of my time doing what was wrong. And in 2011, I was in a total dump. I had no food. I had no job. I owed the government over $45,000 in back taxes. I sold my house at a loss. I closed my business at a loss. I was in an unhealthy body. I was in an unhealthy relationship. I was disconnected from my family and completely disconnected from God. And although I didn't want to take my life, I'll be honest with you, I did not want to be here. Fast forward a few years, ladies and gentlemen, when my sister asked me, how do you want to be remembered? I remember lowering my head and not having an answer for her that day. But from that moment forward, I knew I had to make drastic changes if I wanted to see different results. And for the next few years, I did the hard stuff, bringing the prodigal daughter back home. Fast forward to today, ladies and gentlemen, I now have my bachelor's degree. I finally paid the government over $55,000 cash in back taxes and penalties. I lost 40 unhealthy pounds. I have over 1,000 OQP, only quality people in my network willing to lend a hand anytime it's needed. I have a new business. But the most amazing feat is that now I'm so mentally strong that I've become one of my mother's pillars. I've become a support system for friends and family who have been going through some tough times the past couple of years, especially last year. And today, my dream has come true. I am here with none other than the GOAT of motivational speaking, Mr. Les Brown himself. I'm virtually surrounded by wonderful speakers, and I'm here in front of you, hundreds of viewers. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is possible to become a better version of yourselves. It is possible to untangle the webs we make of our lives. Oh, but don't get me wrong. I'm still not where I was born to be. But I thank God I'm not where I was. So how did I become the prodigal daughter who was once dead and is now alive? Who was once lost and is now found? How did I achieve this transformational feat, and how can others do the same? As a technical project manager, I can put some process in front of you, my friends, but today I will spare you the flowcharts. And instead, I will share with you what I call the rule of pairs. The rule of pairs is simply this. On the one hand, you have a concept, idea, or person, and on the other hand, you have a concept, idea, or person that when combined, you can achieve maximum results. Let me share with you a few of those rules of pairs that I have been implementing as I've been becoming a better version of myself. Rule of pairs number one. Rule of pairs number one says that you have to take inventory of your weaknesses to know yourself. But remember, I said it's the rule of pairs. So with weaknesses comes a plan. Yes, I'm a project manager. The plan gives you those actions that you're going to take in case you see those things or people that weaken you starting to creep up. Weaknesses plus plan. The second rule of pairs is to have courage and caution. Courage to take yourself to the next level no matter what it takes, no matter how hard it is. And caution so that you don't find yourself going back to who you were. Courage plus caution. The third rule of pairs is one of my favorites because it reminds me of Bruce Lee's quote. He said this, "Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water." What being like water means is to be flexible. You want to be flexible as you're making changes in your life to become a better version of yourself. You also want to have discipline so that when those changes are setting in, you set them in 100% with discipline. Flexibility plus discipline. Now, I can ramble on and on about all sorts of rules of pairs, but let me share with you this one rule of pairs that made a significant difference in my life. A huge impact. And in some way or another, all the greats have said it. Earl Nightingale, Les Brown, Bob Proctor, Billy Alsbrooks, T.D. Jakes. All the greats have said it. All the greats have said to feed your mind with massive amounts of positive information, paired with massive amounts of action, and you're golden. In my case, I listen to motivational speakers and personal growth experts time and time again. I did this everywhere I went. I did this while I was doing chores, while I was cutting the grass. I did this at work. I did this while I was driving, while I was traveling. I continue to feed my mind everywhere I went. I even did it in the shower. I did this throughout many, many years. And as I was feeding my mind with positive information, I was changing my thinking. And in changing my thoughts, I grew stronger. I did more planning. I was more courageous and more cautious. I was more flexible and more disciplined. I was more grateful and more humble. I took more and more and more action. And as my mentor, Les Brown says, I was hungry hungry to reach my goals and dreams more than ever before. So as you go about your weekend, your month, your year, your life, I encourage you to look for those rules of pairs, those concepts, ideas, and people that you can maximize on so that you can reach your goals and dreams. And remember, it doesn't matter how lost or dead you might feel today. What matters is that you find yourself and you begin to live again today. Thank you for watching. And thank you, Les Brown and Jon Talarico and crew for this humbling opportunity. Precious?
Yeah! Sylvia! Woo! You better give us the word, okay? Take inventory of your weaknesses. And if we got ourselves in a mess, we can get ourselves out. Okay, thank you. Thank you for calling us to the carpet today, Sylvia.
Thank you, Precious.
Very good. So very good. You all can find Sylvia, the WeProject-LLC.com. She is offering a personal growth project template. Again, that is WeProject-LLC.com for your personal growth project template. Great job, Sylvia. I'm inspired. I am encouraged. I am charged. I am ready. I don't know what I'm going to run into today, but the women have poured into me. I hope you have been poured into, because these stories have been very captivating and very encouraging. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. I'm so geeked. Our next speaker, Donica, Kenova, a network marketing professional who focuses on empowering the people around her through a culture of teamwork. It is Donica's mission to impact and inspire us all to give more, and practice gratitude every single day. Give it up for Donica Kenova.
Thank you for that warm welcome, Precious. Please allow me to express my gratitude to the great Mr. Les Brown and Mr. Jon Talarico for the opportunity to be with you all today. It is an absolute honor to share this space with you. My name is Donica Kenova, and I'm coming to you from Northern British Columbia, Canada. I'm going to face the elephant in the room right now. I'm not a public speaker, but when your passion and purpose become so strong, you learn how to do the hard things, and you don't say no to Mr. Brown. So today in front of you all, I'm pushing through my fears and with 10 minutes of insane courage coming to share my dream of change with you all. Let's face it, change can be hard. Change can be scary. I'm a Taurus, and we don't love change. But change is also necessary, and sometimes it's required for us to step outside of our comfort zones and continue to grow and become the best version of ourselves. And that's the goal, my goal anyways, to become the best human I can be. The biggest change for me was when I came face to face with the girl who was staring back at me in the mirror. She wasn't happy. She was tired, she was uninspired, and she had allowed all of the circumstances around her to take control of her life. She was $500,000 in debt, and she had nobody to blame but herself, because nobody made her stay and nobody made her believe all of those voices being put into her head for all of those years, telling her that she wasn't good enough, she didn't work hard enough, and that she would never amount to anything. Friends, please don't allow someone else's opinion of you to become your reality. Remove toxic people from your life. I don't care if it's a spouse, a friend, or a parent. If they're not lifting you higher or pushing you forward, change the scenery, because nobody's going to change it for you. Change for me started with self-love. I had to fall in love with the girl in the mirror again. Every single day, I want you to look in the mirror and start your day off with, "Good morning, beautiful." I love this for International Women's Day. Say it with me, ladies. Good morning, beautiful. And ladies, tag your bestie in the chat and tell her, "Good morning, beautiful." For some of you, I guess maybe it's afternoon now. We all need to hear it some days. It starts right here, you guys. Fall in love with you and in your journey. We create the life that we want. Spend some quiet time with yourself and find your purpose in life. I promise you it's tied to your happiness. Look at the core values in life and figure out what makes you tick. What feeds your soul? What gives you that good feeling inside? For me, I realized that my self-worth was tied to helping others. I am the most happy, fulfilled, and inspired when I get to help someone else. Your vision is going to carry you down the path to live the life of your dreams. The subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between what is real and what is imagined. And thoughts become things, so make sure you're not thinking about cubic zirconias while you're dreaming of diamonds. And dream big. Set your goals so high that when, like the great Mr. Brown always says in life, shoot for the moon, even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. Believe in yourself. You're never going to achieve something you don't believe you can do. Belief is half the battle. Put your past behind you, beautiful girl. It's there for a reason. Your mindset is your most valuable asset. Your only limitations are in your head, the ones that you're allowing yourself to self-sabotage your success. Trust me, I know, I've been there. And once you learn how the mind operates, how you're in control of your thoughts, feelings, and actions, then you'll be in control of your life. Podcasts, TED Talks, self-development, they feed the greatness inside of you. You program you. Invest in yourself. Never stop trying to be a better version of you. I promise you, every relationship in your life will get better. You will be a better mom, you will be a better spouse, and you will be a better friend. And don't be afraid to learn something new. We're always evolving, and you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So surround yourself with quality, like-minded people, people who inspire you to have, do, and be more in life. And if you want to level up your life, then you're going to have to do something different. Set up a routine of daily non-negotiables. Get an accountability partner if you're struggling to stay on track, and move towards your goals. You create the life you want. Your daily method of operation, your DMO. This is your routine and the backbone to your day. This is going to set you up for success. And if you have to get up 30 minutes early each day to reach your goals, then that's what you have to do. Are you going to let 30 minutes a day stop you from reaching your goals and living your dream life? Think about it. Nothing changes if nothing changes. Your only competition is staring at you in the mirror, and I know you can do it. Be grateful for everything you have. What you focus on is what you will have more of. Everything rises and falls on gratitude. I love this quote. When you have all that you need, build a longer table, not a higher fence. Back in 2013, I found myself in a situation. I had always been taught to give what you can in life. And as Christmas was approaching, my kids asked me a very simple, innocent question. Mom, when are we going to go shopping for our Christmas family? The truth was, I didn't know how we were going to provide a Christmas for our own family that year, let alone sponsor a family, which was something we had always done. I didn't know how to tell my kids that this year we can't afford to sponsor a family for Christmas. And that sinking feeling sunk in my gut. And I thought, if we can't afford to sponsor a family, how many other people are also struggling to give? So I took to Facebook and I started a Facebook page called Santa's Little Helpers. I enlisted the help of a couple of friends. Here, you could sponsor a family by donating what you could, whether that be a turkey, a gift for one person, a $25 gift card for groceries, or some homemade baking. And that year, the year that we couldn't afford to help one family, we helped 21 families have a Christmas. And this proved to me and showed me that we're not supposed to do life alone. We are all connected. And when we come together, we can make the impossible possible, like the great Mr. Brown always tells us. I'm so grateful for that time in my life. It showed me how powerful we are when we come together. A small change in my mindset. I had the choice, disappoint my children or rise to the solution. And there is always a solution. Together, we can make the change we wish to see in the world. But it's not up to one person. It takes a community to move a mountain, and I believe we can move the mountains we see before us right now. I'm sure every single one of you can agree with me. Right now, more than ever, our world needs us to stand up and do what we can. And today, because I stopped being afraid to be seen and stopped hiding, I have the opportunity to launch a new social media challenge with you all, right here, right now. Today is our launch day for a project that's very dear to my heart, and I couldn't be more grateful for this opportunity. My mission is to inspire us to give more and practice gratitude in our daily lives. I truly believe people want to give more and be a part of changing the world we live in. However, most people don't know where their gift will have the most impact, or they feel like the amount that they can give isn't going to make a difference. At onechangechallenge.com, it allows you to see the impact of how your donation is changing the world for better and how you are a part of the bigger picture. You become part of the solution, and in return, we hope to inspire you to make changes in your life so that you can become the best version of you. I'd like to welcome you to a part of a community of like-minded people who want to make the world a better place for all. At One Change, we never touch your donation. It goes directly to the charity. We just show you how easy it is to make a small change in your life and how you can give more and become part of the solution. I'm personally challenging you all to head over to onechangechallenge.com, where you can choose your challenge, make a donation, and decide how much you can give. Next, challenge your friends on social media to make one change to help the life of others. Change is good. Change one thing and then another, and I promise you, when you look back, you won't recognize your life. My gift to you all is available today on my website at www.donicakenova.com. There you will find my free gratitude journal. If you want to find happiness in life, find gratitude. Listen to that little voice inside your head that's telling you that there's more to life and to follow your dreams. Do you have any idea how powerful it is to have someone tell you, I believe in you? Because I do. I believe in you. I believe in all of us. Together, my friends, we can learn, we can grow, we can inspire, and we can be the change we wish to see by becoming the best version of ourselves. Girl, you can do the hard things. We all can. I am right now. And you know what? It actually feels pretty good. As a great mentor in my life, Mr. Stuart McMillan always says, be a light. Friends, remember, a rising tide lifts all boats. We're all in this life together. Thank you a lot for allowing me to share my vision with you all today.
Woo! The energy, the positivity. Wow, what a joy.
I'm ready for water.
The generosity. I mean, it's so beautiful. So beautiful. Thanks for the challenge. Hey, choose the challenge. Choose to stand up. I love it. Thank you.
We can make a change.
Change your scenery because nobody's going to do it for you. I wrote that down, okay? I won't be quoting you. Thank you so much, Donica. You all can find Donica at donicakenova.com for the One Change Challenge. She's also offering a 45-page gratitude journal. Thank you, Donica. So good. So good. Woo! I told y'all, it's lit. The summit is lit. Can you say lit? Power Voice Women's Summit is lit. Women's history. Gotcha. All right, let's keep going. Our next speaker, Sandra Cheney, a 7-time best-selling author, a motivational speaker, a nonprofit strategist, you all, who is on a mission, a global assignment to help and empower women to transform their mind and heal their souls so that they can thrive and do well in life and live their best lives in businesses as well. Give it up for Sandra Cheney.
Hi, Precious. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you, Mr. Les Brown, Mr. Jon Talarico, Winnie, and the entire team for this honor and privilege. Dr. Seuss has a quote that says, to the world, you may be one person, but to that one person, you may be the world. My question to you today is, what are you waiting for to write that book, to share your story, to use your voice, to start that business? Because somebody is waiting on you. When I look at my life right now, I know it was nothing but God's grace and mercy. There's a song that always rings in my heart, and it starts out like this. When I look back over my life, listen, there's a saying that says, never judge a book by its cover. Because when you see me today, you have no idea the life that I've lived. And just like me, I know you've been through some things as well. So today, I want to speak to you about delayed enlightenment. It's an inside job. I want to share some principles with you that I've used to recover my own life. We've all been through challenges. We've all experienced things that have left major impact on our life. I am no exception. I've lived through abusive relationships as a child and an adult. I've been homeless. I've dealt with bankruptcy. I've been divorced. And I remember as a single parent trying to make ends meet that sometimes did not always meet, right? But listen, this is what I know for sure, that when we look back over our lives in terms of how we show up, we wonder, What was I thinking about when I did that? I know I'm not by myself because I recall a time when I looked back at my suicide attempt. I threw the biggest pity party. I had the sad, sappy songs. I took a lot of pills and drank a lot of beer. So imagine my enlightening moment when I woke up in the hospital. You see, enlightenment is the full comprehension of a situation. And I comprehended on that day, girl, you are still here. I heard someone say that life is God's gift to us. How we live our life is our gift to God. So if I am truthful with myself and with you, I am so glad that I failed and that I am still here today. I want you today to revisit your life, revisit your goals, revisit your dreams. Why? Because you are enough. And I want you to write that down. I am enough. Turn that thing around and say, I am enough, because you are. Yes, as we look at COVID and how it has changed our lives, I want you to look at your life when COVID is over, because we will get through this. How will your life look like when we do get through this? What will you be doing? What will you say to yourself when we are through this? I know this experience has left many of us wondering, what am I going to do now? How's my life going to be? But I'm here to tell you that every day we should be evolving. Every day we should be striving to be a better version of ourselves than the day before. I want you to write down a few things for me. My grandmother was the epitome of strength, and I learned so much from her. She was a fearless warrior. So write this down. I am strength, because you are. I know that everyone's hurting because of our lives being turned upside down due to the culture that we're living in, having to wear masks, right? Isolation, homeschooling, loss of job, loss of money, loss of loved ones. But do you understand that even in the midst of life, throwing these trials and tribulations, there's a strength and resiliency that's down inside of us? We never know how strong we are until life throws us a curveball. And we've been thrown many, many curveballs. But today, I want to challenge you to see yourself differently. Why? Because you are greater than your adversity. You are greater than anything that you have gone through. I don't know you, but what I do know, and this is based on my life's experience, your past does not have to rob you of your present nor your future. I remember my grandmother going door to door, warning people of an impending hurricane. One day after she got out of the hospital. Who does that? What I saw and thought was a woman who was strong in mind and fearless in her convictions. And I want you to write that down. I am fearless. Because what I know about this thing called life is you have to be fearless. You have to be of good courage, because the things that happen to you can make or break you. You get to decide. You get to choose. Just like I got to choose that day in the hospital. Choose this day who you plan to serve. You can choose to put on the whole armor of God, the armor of courage and perseverance, the armor of being relentless and fearless, the armor of reclaiming yourself. You see, I almost allowed negative experience to rob me of me. And what I know about life is that it does require you to have strength and to be fearless. Strength to know when to ask for help because it is okay. Strength to know when to let things go because it is okay. Strength to know that it's going to take patience, and it's okay to be patient with yourself on this journey. It's okay. The other thing I learned from my grandmother is love. My grandmother loved a lot of people. That was one of her other strengths, love. She taught me love at an early age. And what I know on this journey of delayed enlightenment, and remember, enlightenment is the full comprehension of a situation. I fully comprehend that I had to learn how to love myself. Loving myself has allowed me to share my life and love with others, thereby empowering them to learn to love themselves within as well. As I continue to share my message, it continues to help me to be stronger and stronger each day, because what I know for sure is that hope, encouragement, and love are perfumes that you cannot sprinkle on others without sprinkling a little bit on yourself. Because of God's grace and mercy, I am here today. I've not only survived, I am thriving. And I'm here to tell you that it's a new beginning for you today. I don't care what life has dealt you. I don't care the cards that we've been dealt. Yes, COVID is here, but guess what? You get to reinvent yourself. You have the power to choose you again. You have the power to create the next version of you. You, my sister, you, my brother, are a masterpiece created imperfectly perfect, no matter what. You see, my name is Sandra. S, stand strong from the inside out, because it truly is an inside job. A, answer the call to aim higher and ascend unattached, because too much baggage will weigh you down. N, never give up on reclaiming and recreating a new future for yourself. D, discipline yourself to never look back except to see how far you have come. R, release those people, places, and things that no longer serve you. It's time to level up. And A, I want you to affirm to yourself daily, I am that I am, because I am enough. Listen, you deserve the best that life has to offer. But the only way to get the best is that you have to experience the best of you, because delayed enlightenment truly is an inside job. To learn more about me and to experience my coaching of leaders and nonprofit for many, many years, and to join me in my free masterclass, Tapping into Your Purpose and Passion to get growth in your life and business, please visit my website at sandracheney.com.
What a message! Standing strong on the inside of yourself, from the inside out. What a message. What a message. Thank you so much, Sandra.
Thank you.
I'm encouraged. The chat is blowing up. Delayed enlightenment, they are blowing it up. They are encouraged. Learn more about Sandra Cheney, sandracheney.com, and she's offering a free webinar and one-on-one coaching. You all take advantage, because I was literally on the edge of my seat. I could have fallen off if you all just zoomed in just a little bit closer. Great job, Sandra. Wow. Woo! I don't know what to do right now. I'm just standing up for women. Everybody put it in the chat. Women! Women's history! Go women! We're going to take the challenge. All right. I'm charged. All right. Our next speaker, you all, I told y'all, part 2 has been a delight. It's been a delight. Melissa Burnside, the next speaker, is a highly sought after global speaker, author, and coach. Y'all, she has been inspiring individuals since the tender age of 16. And in 2019, she was named Coach of the Year by Success Hotline. Woo! She coming in hot. Give it up for Melissa Burnside.
Hello. Thank you, Precious. And thank you, Les Brown and Jon Talarico, for being my personal coach and seeing the greatness in me. I'd like to tell you guys about a story. When I was a freshman in high school back in 1991, I wanted to play a sport. I wanted to be on a team and become an athlete. So I went out for basketball and I got cut from that team. And I felt rejected. Have any of you ever felt rejected in your life? And I felt despair. And then I went out for cheerleading and I got cut from that team too. And that rejection, it stung like road rash in the making. But there's a quote from Jean-Paul Sartre, and he says, life begins on the other side of despair. And so I encourage you to go forward and live your life. And as I moved forward and lived my life began with football. Yes, you heard me right. I went out for football because they don't cut football. And so I showed up the first day for practice and the coach said, "What are you doing here? We don't want you on our team. You're a girl." Of course, I already knew that I was a girl, but I told him, "I'm here to play football." And he said, "Go away." So I turned to walk to the office to prove him wrong, that I had a right to be there, right to play. And he shouted, "Go home and play with your dolls." He had no idea who he was speaking to. He had no idea the things that I would do in my life. I not only didn't go home and play with my dolls, I showed up every day for practice. And I just kept coming back. And at one point, I got to a place where he just knew I wasn't leaving. So he thought one of the coaches put a $50 price tag on my head. You heard me right. Back then, $50 was a lot of money. The boys, they hit me harder. And I gave it back to him. And I turned all that negativity that was coming at me into fuel. And at the end of the season, that same coach had to sign my letter. And I became the first female to ever play tackle football at Tehachapi High School. And then I realized that I held the keys to other people's dreams. When I saw two girls go out for wrestling, and now I work at a high school where we have 20 female wrestlers. One of them's a state champion. But my life hasn't always been that way. Yes, Mother's Day 1998, midnight, I was standing at the kitchen sink doing dishes after putting my baby to bed. My husband came in and he started screaming at me. And I thought to myself, I will not fight. It's Mother's Day. But he had other plans. And he lifted me up, one hand between my legs and one hand on my shoulder. And he held me, my head under that water in that kitchen sink. And as I gasped for air, as I fought for my life, he realized he could not take me. And it was at that moment that I stood up inside myself and I said, I will never be treated that way again by anyone in this world. And I left that marriage, and I'm here today to give you hope. To give you hope to see that you are the only one that has control of your life. The only one. No one else can do it for you. But take control of your life and live a life you're meant to live. I'm here to give you hope, to tell you, I am now married to a man who loves me, who supports me, and we've been married for 21 years. And I thought life's hard balls that they were throwing at me were possibly gonna stop coming at me until I heard that doctor tell me that my son had autism. Raising a child with autism is one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. But he's now 20 years old. So I'm here to give you hope that you will get through any dark days that you are going through. I'm here to help you see that autism's a gift. Yes, it's a gift. I didn't always see it as a gift, but I'm here to help you see that you can see anything in your life as a gift if you choose to see the strengths rather than the weaknesses. And as I learn to focus on the strengths, the gifts of unconditional love that my son gives me, the ability that I had to become stronger as a person, and the amount of lives that I've been able to touch because I know what I know, because I've had to learn the hard way. I started working in schools. And then one day, after seeing my work, 3 track and field coaches came to talk to me and asked me to be a track and field coach. I was shocked. I'd never felt so wanted in my life. Felt completely opposite from the rejection I felt earlier on. So I became a track and field varsity coach, and I coached jumps. And going into districts, my jumpers held 8 of the 16 spots. It was unheard of. All I did was help them believe in themselves. In fact, 2 of them had never jumped a day in their lives until 2 weeks before that. But I helped them see the ability they have to become who they're meant to be. And then I took a triple jumper to state, and he won 10th place in state. It's a long shot to go from being a kid in high school who couldn't get on a team to be coaching an athlete at state. But oh, it wasn't over yet. And then I had the moment come to me where I became a varsity football coach. Yes, you heard me right. It had been never done before at that high school either. No woman had ever been a football coach. Yes, I felt uncomfortable at times, but I have learned that when you are uncomfortable, that if you can get comfortable being uncomfortable, then that is where the growth is at in our lives. And I was on a team that had been around since 1972. They'd only beat their rivals 1 time in the year 2012. That was my ultimate goal. And we not only accomplished that goal for beating our rival for the 2nd time in nearly 50 years, we broke records that hadn't been beaten since 1985. Scoring 70 points in 1 game. Countless records. You have to know your records so you can break them. If I hadn't been cut, maybe I would have never played football. If I hadn't been cut, maybe I would have just been average. I'm here to remind you. Decide you're a winner, then create the evidence. My name's Coach Burnside, and I have a free gift for you at coachburnside.com. You can also book a free coaching session with me on Facebook at Coach Burnside on Facebook. I am here to help you see you have the power and the ability to live a life that you can't wait to wake up in the morning to live. Thank you.
Wow. The resilience.
We all have it, girl.
Wow, man. You have to know your records in order to break them. Woo! Speak life this afternoon. Speak life.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for your stories, overcoming, paving the way, carrying the torch. Thank you so much, Melissa. Thank you so much. Again, you can find her at CoachBurnside.com. Oh my God, that was so good. I got a little bit emotional. I haven't sweat yet. I got a little emotional. So good. I hope you all are sharing and tagging. That's free. Sharing and tagging. We do have a giveaway, free giveaway coming up. So I hope you have been taking notes. Oh, so rich. So rich. So good. All right. Our next speaker, Regina Hall, president and founder of Enlightened Heart Services, LLC, and Sisters Journeying Together. She's an international transformational speaker who is on the move, you all. On the move, speaking life to women who are struggling in their lives and their careers and their spiritual journeys and helping them move from pain into purpose, taking their past and turning into purpose. Let's give it up for Regina Hall.
Yes, thank you so much, Precious. This has been delicious. In the words of my spiritual father, the late Dr. Frederick G. Sampson. Mr. Brown, Jon Talarico, the Power Voice family, Winnie, Crystal, all of you, thank you so much for the work you have done to bring forth the Power Women's Summit. Thank you. And I stand with you today in acknowledgement and honoring International Women's Day. Woohoo! Yes! Women, we matter. I only have a few minutes to introduce the power of thoughts. But if you want to take a deeper dive, I will be introducing at the end of my presentation a free resource. Women, I am speaking to you today. I do not presume that what I am sharing today means that it applies to you. But if my message applies to you, please embrace it. But if it doesn't, I want you to share it with someone who can benefit from it. Women, I want all of us to move from pain to purpose. I want us to level up our minds. Yes, I do. Here's a tidbit about me. I'm an author. I wrote a book called Mommy, I Need You. The purpose of my book was to share the story of the sexual abuse that I encountered at the hands of a next door neighbor. But it was also to encourage women to get involved in the lives of other women, to heal our daughters. I was 10 years old when it happened. But I really didn't understand the impact of it until I was an adult. Women often, we really don't understand the impact of the experience until adulthood. Churches, families, friends, they do not want to deal with sexual abuse. Many are left to suffer alone. When I started my healing process, I was married. I had found my safe place. I was feeling the warm and fuzzies of being a wife. We had moved into a townhouse, furnished it. We were living our best life. Have you ever felt that you had an opportunity to breathe? Exhale, and then you start experiencing a sadness? That was me. I tried to shake it, but I couldn't. And finally, it drove me to the Bible. That's right. It drove me to the Bible. I know. You probably thought that I was going to say that it drove me to drugs or that it drove me to alcohol. That could have been my story. There's a scripture in James 4:8 that says, "If you come nigh to me, I will come nigh to you." But if anybody would have told me that God was going to give me an extreme makeover, I would have been like, God, I'm good. I'm real good. So here I was, standing with God, confronting the thoughts of my mind and dealing with the fact that my self-esteem was in the bottom of my feet. Thou prepared table before me. Thou anointed my hair with oil. My cup overflows. Here I was with God. My cup was overflowing. He was anointing my head with oil in my worst state. There's a quote by James Allen. It states, "As a man thinketh, so is he. As he continues to think, so he remains." I did not want to remain in the condition that I was in. So here I was, fighting and agreeing with God. Did you know that research has shown that 12,000 to 60,000 thoughts per day is what the average person has? But out of those thousands of thoughts, 80% are negative and 95% are repetitive. That means the thoughts that we are having today, we had yesterday. And what we sometimes are engaged in is stinking thinking. I want you to write exhale if there's anything that I am sharing that's impacting you. Yes, stinking thinking, but a more formal term is distorted thinking or cognitive distorted thinking. Aaron Beck theorized cognitive distortion, and David Burns popularized it with common names and examples. So what is it? It is simply the way that our mind convinces us of something that isn't true. That's right, our mind is lying to us. Yeah, exhale right there. It's lying to us. So here I was believing that I was the fault of everything that people were experiencing. See, I was apologizing for things that I was not responsible for. I would say, I'm sorry. Did I do that? Are we all right? How many of us have been there, women? Write it down. Exhale. Yes, we have been there. Apologizing, that's called personalization. When we think that the actions of someone else is a reaction to something we have done. Another one that I had a problem with was comparison. See, we live in a society of comparison. We compare everything. We compare cars, homes, jobs, where our kids are going to school, everything. That distortion is called compare and despair. It's when you take the positives of someone else and look at the negatives of you. So you begin to despair over what you don't have. because you have elevated somebody else. But I want to encourage you today, take that person off the pedestal. Take them off the pedestal and look at your talents, your skills, your abilities, and embrace them and know that you have greatness in you, because you do. There is a quote by John Maxwell that says, your thinking more than anything else shapes the way you live. It's really true that when you change your thinking, you can change your life. Here we are. We can change our lives. But guess what happened? I got in a fight for my mind. I was fighting for my mind like I was fighting for my breath. I was in the valley of depression, despair, unforgiveness, and anxiety. But I learned 3 lessons in that valley. I learned that one, that God was changing my mind, that God was doing a new thing in me, and no longer was my past going to define me. 2, that I had to forgive, that I had to let go of those who had hurt me and let go of those who were supposed to protect me and let go of the perpetrator. That forgiveness was for me, that I was being untethered. 3, that the valley was not intended to stay in. The valley was intended to pass through. My milk and honey and your milk and honey is on the other side. It is not in your present circumstance. So there I was in my present circumstance, refusing to stay there and moving to my milk and honey. We have the power to do that. And I stood with God. I shared with you that I was going to have a free offer for you at the end of my presentation. Go to my website, reginachall.com, and get the 15 styles of distorted thinking. I want to leave you with this quote by my mentor and coach, Les Brown. You cannot expect to achieve new goals or move beyond your present circumstances unless you change. My name is Regina Hall. I like to be known as the #1 Exhale transformational speaker, trainer, and coach. I help women to breathe. I move women from their pain to their purpose and to level up their mind. If you change your thoughts, you can change your life. God bless you, and God bless your hearts.
Woo! Yeah. All right. What a challenge and a charge and a declaration. So fierce and I love it. So much, Regina. We really appreciate you. Such a powerful and dynamic message. You all can find her on Regina Hall, reginachall.com, you all. Oh, that was so good. She was talking to us like this. The teacher came out of her. Good message. All right, you all. Hope you've been taking notes. We have a giveaway, a surprise giveaway coming up soon. But next we have the Shelly Anderson, lives on the beautiful Vancouver Island, nice and fancy, Canada, with her husband Nori, working with children, promoting health and wellness from a supplemental business and spreading a passion for forest therapy practice is her joy in life. And we want to welcome her to the screen to give us a powerful message. Please welcome Shelly Anderson.
Good morning, friends. My name is Shelly Anderson, and I want to thank you so much for taking the time to be here today. I am so delighted to share with you just a small piece of my story. What I want to share with you about is shattered dreams. Every human being has, is, or will experience a shattered dream, and I, my friends, am no exception. But I love how author and psychologist Dr. Larry Crabb says, shattered dreams are never random. They are always a piece in a larger puzzle, and they are always a chapter in a larger story. Write that in the chat box, friends. Never random. They're always a piece of a larger puzzle, and they are always a chapter in a larger story. We are living in unprecedented times. We are experiencing loss and heartache and pain, an increase in anxiety and depression like never before. And throughout the COVID story, we've often heard the terms first, second, and third wave. But as author and motivational speaker, Les Brown, who has deeply impacted my life, often says, watch out for that fourth wave, mental health. We are seeing an increase in suicide. Divorce rates are escalating. Video gaming's up by 50%, and we're experiencing this heightened anxiety as a significant loss is sinking deep into our souls. And like never before, we need hope. Write that in the chat box, friends. We need hope. I remember a time in my life when my husband and I moved to a place where my dreams were shattering all around me. So much so that one day I was sitting in my living room and I was just sobbing. And my son, who was 12 years old at the time, walked into the room and he said, "Mom, what's wrong? Did someone die?" And I felt like screaming, "I am." Because you see, when we're in the midst of the hurt and the heartache and the pain, friends, we can feel like we are losing it all. When in reality, we are being set up to gain so much more if we will receive it as gift. Every shattered dream has been gift to me. Truly gift. And my friends, it can be the same for you. Fast forward now to a number of years later in 2014, after 6 years of just dreaming, planning, anticipating, and just knowing in my heart that this dream was going to come true. It did. And that summer, my husband and I, we got on a plane and we moved to Bali, Indonesia. I can't even tell you how amazing it was when we got off that plane and we set our foot on Indonesian soil. We loved that island. We loved the people. We loved learning the language. We loved the weather, of course, and we just loved everything that life represented there. But then one day, we got a phone call from our youngest son, and he was in serious trouble, friends. And so, at 20 years old and 2 years into our 5-year contract, he was asking us to come home. And in a moment, a dream shattered. And though it was not difficult to come home and care for our son, it was with a lot of loss in our hearts that we left that beautiful island. But God, write that in the chat box, friends. But God, two of the most powerful words in the English language. But God had a wonderful plan in store for us. You see, I had grown up on Vancouver Island and had been away for many years, but I had this little dream tucked away in my heart that one day I would return, and my husband had the same dream. Well, you know what happened. An opportunity presented itself, and not only did we end up on Vancouver Island, but we ended up back in my hometown, which was just fantastic for me. But friends, the story gets even better as I began to live a life that I could not have even begun to imagine. You see, I am now living in close proximity to my aging parents. This is gift. I am living very close to my children and my 2 precious granddaughters. Super gift. I get to work with children and young adults. Gift. I have a thriving forest therapy practice. Gift. I have a flourishing health and wellness business. Gift. And so much more. And friends, I truly believe this is just the beginning. But you see, had we not gone to Bali, had we not experienced that loss and all the heartache and the pain and the difficulty of helping our son get back to a place of health and wholeness, which I'm so delighted to tell you that he is thriving, happily married, and in a wonderful profession. But had we not gone through all of that, friends, we would never have experienced the pure joy, the delight, and the birth of a whole new dream that we are now living on this island. So, my friends, I want to leave you this morning or afternoon with 3 invitations. The first is I would like to invite you to embrace, receive, and accept every shattered dream as gift. Gift. I know when we are in the midst of it and we're experiencing the heartache and the pain, it is so hard. It is so hard. But I love the verse in a hymn by William Cooper, one of my all-time favorites, and it says, "Judge not the Lord by feeble sense, but trust him for his grace. Behind the frowning providence, he hides a smiling face." Or we could say, behind every single shattered dream, he hides a smiling face. God always knows best, my friends. He always knows best. Secondly, I would like to invite you to receive every piece of your story as grace, because every single piece of it has the power to change and transform you and to lead you into even greater dreams. Thirdly, I also would like to invite you to embrace a life of gratitude in everything. I have kept a gratitude journal for many years. I wake up every morning and I write in it all the things that I'm thankful for. Friends, I have thousands of things written down. I promise you that practice will change and transform your life. Gift, grace, and gratitude. Finally, friends, as I mentioned earlier, one of the greatest gifts I have been given is my forest therapy practice. Beginning in Japan as a practice called Shinrin Yoku, translated that means forest bathing, studies have shown that spending time in the forest is so good, brings immense benefit to our cardiovascular and immune systems. And not only that, it stabilizes and improves our mood and our cognition. Friends, we need this more than ever during these COVID days, or strange days, as some have called them, where anxiety and depression and stress are just rampant. Joy fills my heart when I see people investing in themselves, practicing self-care, stealing away, and not only resting and relaxing, but receiving all that nature has to offer them in and through a forest therapy experience. Because friends, the forest really is the therapist. So whether it's resetting the stress button, boosting immune function, kickstarting creativity, I can promise you that a forest therapy experience is for all people of all ages for all time. So this morning, this afternoon, I invite you, my friends, to consider this practice and receive or discover all the gift, the grace, and the gratitude that you will experience as you dive into nature in a new and fresh way. I invite you to go to my webpage, natureimpact.net, and find out more. And if you would like, I am offering a free virtual forest therapy experience for 30 minutes. I'd love to have you along. Just send me an email. Friends, my name is Shelly, shining brightly, living a life of gift, grace, and gratitude through every shattered dream with joy. Anderson. This is my story, friends, and I am sticking to it. God bless you all. Thank you so much for being here today.
Yay, Shelly! Gift, grace, and gratitude. I love it.
Thank you.
So beautiful. What a gift you are to us today. Thank you so very much. Such a powerful, powerful message, and we appreciate you. I'm embracing the gift of the shambles and the hard season. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, y'all, you can find Shelly again, natureimpact.net. What? That was amazing. Gift, grace, and gratitude. The 3Gs. 3Gs. See if your service can get that. 3G service, gift, grace, and gratitude. Love it. All right, you all. We are doing really, really well. Oh, I told y'all part 2. Part 1 was heat. Part 2 is fire, heat, fire, all of it. Our next speaker, Irma Matos, is the author of the upcoming book, A Noble Profession, Life Lessons to Inspire Your Soul and Live in Abundance. She is an entrepreneur, and she has learned so many valuable lessons that she desires to inspire and share with the world. Please give it up for Irma Matos.
Hi, Precious. You have a precious name. I would like to thank Les Brown, Jon Talarico, and the Power Voice team for this opportunity. Hello, my name is Irma. I am the author of the upcoming book, A Noble Profession, Life Lessons to Inspire Your Soul and Live in Abundance. I am an entrepreneur and a real estate investor. But it wasn't always like this. I am a Cuban refugee who came to the United States and had to live in a one room with 11 people. I had to learn English, and I was bullied in school. So now I've decided to dedicate my life to inspire you to overcome limiting beliefs and achieve your goals and dreams. Interested? Type it in the chat. Interested. Honor and pay homage to those who have taken the time to teach you and care for you. At the age of 14, I was brought to the United States in one of the freedom flights from Cuba. In 1970, I was brought in 1970 at the age of 14 to the United States. In addition to having to learn a new language and adapt to a new country and new customs, I had to get used to a new family as well. I was raised by my grandparents on my father's side, and I came here with my mother and her side of the family. At that time, there was no going back. I was never going to see my grandparents, my friends, or the rest of my family ever again. I cried all the way to the airport, where we had to spend the night in order to leave the next day. I was so upset and nervous, I couldn't stop vomiting, and I got dehydrated. They took my aunt and me to the clinic so I could get an IV. There was no place to hang it, so they hung it on a mop, and my aunt had to hold it. When I arrived in Miami, I went to live with my godmother, her husband, and their 4 children. We lived in an efficiency. There were 12 of us. At night, there were mattresses all over the floor. My mother's mattress was under the kitchen table, where she could see the roaches crawling underneath. She would cry all night. When you have goals and dreams, you do what you can, and someone else will show up to help you do what you can't. A friend of my mother's went to visit us and loaned her the money so that we could rent an apartment and move out. That was God sending us an angel to help us out. Miracles still happen. My mom is fearless and always taught me, write this down, anything anybody else can do, you can do too. No one is better than you, only different. She also told me to always do good deeds. She's a great role model. She loves to help people. Her legacy to me is a lifetime of service, something I understood later on in life. I started school confident that I could take on new challenges. I learned English, but would not speak it. I was shy, and I was afraid I would get stuck in the middle of a conversation. Look at me now. Miracles still happen. When I was a junior in high school, the drama teacher went to my English class. She was recruiting students for her drama program. I was listening to her speak about the theater, and I could feel my eyes glowing, shining. People say that the eyes are the windows to the soul. She must have looked into my soul because she said, "I want you." I looked behind me, but there was no one there. I couldn't believe it. She was talking to me. That day I gained a teacher, a mentor, an angel, a friend, and an American mother. You don't have to have given birth to be a mother to someone. We had a wonderful friendship for many years, all the way up to the day she died. I studied art and drama. I used to design and paint the sets. Mosky was my mentor. It was in her class that I stopped being shy and started to speak English. Like my mother, she taught me wonderful life lessons, such as listen to what people don't tell you. It isn't what you say, it's the way you say it. I'm still working on that one. Muskie was my miracle. Miracles still happen. Years later, I created my own business, a property management company in which I worked 33 years of my life. I was able to do that as a result of the impact my mother's and Muskie's teachings had on my character. I can now share the lessons learned and impact others in the same positive way. Write in the chat. Invest in you. Expand your vision. Be a risk taker. I made the American dream happen for me. You can make it happen for you. Maya Angelou said, "You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them." Such wisdom. I retired from my company 3.5 years ago. Being retired has afforded me the opportunity to do other things, such as going to Mexico as a missionary and serve in several ministries of my church, including the Emmaus Retreat, which is a personal encounter with Jesus Christ. Both of these experiences changed my life. I am now a more conscientious, compassionate, and liberated person. No more emotional baggage. I have turned my life into a life of service, which, as I mentioned before, is my mother's legacy to me. I never thought of myself as a teacher, but more and more I realize that teaching is a noble profession, which is the title of my upcoming book. A good teacher can help you soar like an eagle, like Les Brown. He had Mr. Washington in his life. You don't have to necessarily be a classroom teacher. You can teach by the way you behave, the way you conduct yourself, and the way you live your life. I want to make a mark with my life. What about you? What mark do you want to make with your life? Master something you love. A job is something you get paid for. A calling is something you are made for. Write this down. Stand up inside yourself. Take a chance on you. Muskie wrote a book about her life story that has a pro-life message, as her parents tried to abort her. I can't imagine what my life would have been like without her in it. She was so kind to me. Maya Angelou said, "People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them feel." So true. I earned a degree in drama, which I never used. It is now my dream and goal to use what I learned and my artistic talents to produce a movie about my teacher's life story, with the expectation that it will save many babies' lives and impact millions of people. Write this down. Conquer your fears. Live like a warrior and die like a legend. Honor and pay homage to those who have taken the time to teach you and care for you. Provide greater service. Create a legacy. Miracles still happen. I am 65 years old, and the best is yet to come. I am Irma Matos, and this is my story. It has been an honor and a privilege being in your presence. Thank you very much for listening. Happy Women's Day. Please visit my website, anobleprofessionbook.com. Scroll down to the second page so you can claim your free offer, the Self-Confidence Formula.
Yay, Irma! So refreshing, Irma. So refreshing and very reflective. Thank you so very much for sharing your story with us. So. To learn more about Irma, go to anobleprofessionbook.com, you all. And don't forget to take up that free offer. We all like free, right? Free's coming up. Do you like free? Free is coming up indeed. But before free, I have another speaker that I want to introduce to you, Lisa George, who considers her title of A Vessel of Love one of the most important titles of her life because it flows from being a mom, a poet, okay, another poet, a publicist, a motivational speaker, and an author. And in these roles, she's had the wonderful opportunity to be able to speak to and connect with multiple celebrities, nonprofit organizations, and companies such as VH1, BAT, Walgreens, and so many more. Give it up for Lisa George.
Hi, Precious. How are you? I won free. So good day, everyone. My name is Lisa George. I am very excited to be here with you today, especially since today's summit is commemorating International Women's Day, which has been commemorated for 110 years. Before I get going, I want to point out the obvious, that I'm wearing all green. The colors of International Women's Day are purple, which signifies justice and dignity, white, which represents purity, and green, which represents hope. I chose to wear green because it is my hope that parts or all of my message provides you with some fuel to make changes in your life. For the fuel and for the further advancement in those areas for women, which are the economical, cultural, political, and social achievements that women have been making around the world. The 2021 theme for this commemorative day is Choose to Challenge. So please type in the chat box, Choose to Challenge. I'm going to talk to you about some things that you already know, and I'm pretty sure that each of you can teach me some things. Before I get going, please take a breath, hold it, and slowly release. If you are able to be present with that, please type breath in the chat box. Then take your right hand and put it across your left side of the chest. We're reaching for heartbeats. If you can register once you've registered your heartbeat, please type heartbeat. Now, hang with me a little longer and let's have fun. Do you know that every year there are people out there who celebrate their birthdays? I am one of them. As a matter of fact, mine was last week. And understandably, when a person transitions, there's a focus on that date. And with both dates, there's sometimes a time associated with that. On the headstones, both dates are usually much bigger than the dash, but it's that dash that symbolizes the life that a person lives. Now, what are people doing with their dash? Do you know that most people out there are not participating in their dash? Years ago, I thought I was doing something, but I now know that I was not. I was living, but not truly alive. Work while you have the light. You are responsible for the talent that has been entrusted to you. Henry Frederick Amiel. Before I became an entrepreneur 16 years ago, I used to blast goals for the companies that I worked for with my eyes closed. I used to be at work working hard, and then I'd go home and work some more. I used to be able to work out someone else's dreams, but when I get to mine, I'd pause. I'd kind of go after some, I'd forget some, but thankfully, there's always that gentle nudge reminding us to come back And if we pay attention to that, we can finally get back to handling our dash. And that's an empowering space to be. 2020 was 2020. The inner visual felt and looked like a building wave as the news about the unfolding COVID-19 situation flowed through the airwaves and online. My thoughts mirrored that of many. What's happening? And I'm sure the unspoken wish was that this not hit our shores. It hit our shores. The unfolding is still unfolding in 2021. I've often wondered what people 200 years from now will think about this time. What will we say 5 years from now, 10, 30? Well, as each of us create the future, or now, I've decided to focus on my actions, my life, my dash. I'm still learning to know how and when to let go. This time has helped me strengthen this skill. It's helped me strengthen my will about handling my dash. If any of this is resonating with you, please type handling my dash. So, as the unfold is unfolded, I started making certain decisions about myself. I read the writing on the wall. You see, human behavior is consistent, and the writing was clear to me. Years before, my son and I, we would see up in the winter and fall. See up meant that we were eating more grapefruits, we were drinking lots of water, being more intentional with our supplements. And so during this time, I decided to focus on that. I also decided to step up my weight release game. My thought process, if I got the virus, I'd stand a fighting chance. So I directed some of the time that I had that was extra from not being able to do stuff towards that. I also pivoted in my professional life. Now, let's talk about pivots. Every time I say pivot, please type hashtag pivot. In 2020, the word pivot became a buzzword, and I get it, I do, but it's not a new thing. If you went to kindergarten or whatever the lowest level of education is around your part of the world, when you went to school the next day and your best friend said that he or she was no longer your best friend, pivot, new best friend. That did not happen to me. In high school, when you made plans with your parents' car and then you got in trouble, pivot, same plan, different mode of transportation. As an adult, parents and guardians, you can relate to this. You have the perfect day planned, the perfect atmosphere to work on your project. The school nurse calls, your child fell, tripped, busted his head. Please come get your child. You have to take him to the emergency room. That did happen to me. In 2020, I pivoted, counted blessings, created small and huge wins. I thanked the world for what was right in my life. With freed up time, I focused on projects that I've been meaning to get to, fun things that I wanted to do, business operations that I wanted to enhance. I created my marching orders. If you created your marching orders, or we'll do that today, please type hashtag I'm handling my dash. At the beginning of 2020, I had the perfect year planned out, a year that I was so excited to manifest. I could see it. I could feel it. It hit our shores. It hit the world. Be water, my friend. Empty your mind. Be formless. Be shapeless, like water. If you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. If you put water into a teapot, it becomes the teapot. If you put water into the bottle, it becomes the bottle. Now, water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. Past times prepared me for now. I pivot and I jump frequently. Each of you have situations that can remind you of how to move on in your strength and power, how you created joyful moments, how if you got off course can get back to handling your dash. I encourage you. I support you. From my overflow, I share my joy and learn lessons to motivate others. Overflow in a time of competing priorities comes from self-love and self-care, and simply means putting on your mask first. Mine comes from that and play, puzzling, dancing, learning languages, French, Spanish, Slovak, Chamorro, Japanese, just to name a few. And jokingly, I add slang. During this time, I wrote 2 books. One is being released later on this month. I also am producing a nationwide female empowerment tour, and I'm contributing to an anthology. If someone you know needs guidance to get in their dash going, tell them. There's a force within you which gives you life. Seek that. In your body lies a priceless gem. Seek that. Oh, wondering soul, if you want to find the greatest treasure, don't look outside, look inside and seek that. True desire in the heart for anything good is God's proof to you, sent beforehand to indicate that it's yours already. Denzel Washington. Your desire, your proof. That heartbeat, that breath, that's purpose. Carpe diem and stuff. That's my play on carpe diem. Are we truly able to seize the day when there's the weight of things preventing you from expressing yourself? My answer, absolutely. Let's all seize the day. Let's all handle our dash. carpediemsandstuff.com. That's my website. I encourage each of you today to go there to claim a free gift. It's in the free resources section. If you're interested in having the tour come to your area, there's a link in the About Me area that will take you to the public relations company. Shouting out Les Brown. I made sure I wrote this so I won't forget anyone. John, Winnie, Fernanda, Crystal, Dolly, my family and friends, thank you so much. My son, King D, Mama Dukes loves you. I'm so proud of you. Everyone, please consider wearing purple, green, or white on Monday to commemorate International Women's Day. Thank you.
Woohoo! Challenge accepted, Lisa. I'll be in green, okay? And I'll make sure I tag you.
You want to borrow this?
I don't know if we're in the same city.
Okay. And thank you, Tanisha, for hosting us.
You're welcome. Very informative. Very good. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Again, you can find Lisa Carpe Diems at stuffandstuff.com. Get her free motivation book. It's been lit. It's been good. Woo! Are you all ready for free? I heard somebody say they want free. Before I introduce our final speaker of the hour, I want to give something away. I'm excited, celebrating women, baby. It's been good. It's been good. All right, so let me warm your thumbs up a little bit. All right, which speaker said to answer the call of your heart? Which speaker? Try to get your thumbs warmed up so that everybody's thumb has a fair advantage, okay? I don't want anybody like, I didn't get it in there fast enough. Which speaker said to answer the call of your hearts? Which one of our speakers said that? Doom, 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 doom. All right, let's see if you've been listening. Answer the calls. Yes! Jennifer, good job. Great job. Oh, great job. It was Sabrina. Oh, it's gone. It was Sabrina, but good job. You guys are doing good. Keep guessing. That's why I had to warm you up. Because we got so much information here. All right. Which speaker said to take inventory of your weaknesses? Take inventory of your weaknesses. Doom, 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 doom. It's been a while. Nope, it wasn't Lisa. Sylvia, yes, Linda, it was Sylvia. Good job. Y'all been listening, okay? All right, one more before we do the final one, because I wanted your thumbs to get warm. Which speaker said to exhale? Forgiveness was for me and not for the other person. Forgiveness was for me, not for the other person. Which one of our speakers said that? Nope, not Judy. Nope. Yes, it was Regina. Good job, guys. Good job. I have a lot of quotes here. All right, this is the one that stuck with me. Put your past behind you. It's there for a reason. put your past behind you. It's there for a reason. Which one of our speakers, for a lovely gift from the Les Brown team, said, put your past behind you. It's there for a reason. Who's our lucky winner? Yes! But Angie, are you in the Power Voice class? I think so. Linda, you will be our winner. Email us at Les Brown, support@lesbrownofficial.com, support@lesbrownofficial.com. Good job, everyone. All right, you all. The moment we all have been waiting for. Drum roll, thumb roll. If you're ready, put in the chat, I'm ready. Our final speaker of the hour, AJ Swift, a serial entrepreneur, also a full-time divine transformation mentor. Recently graduated with honors from the University of Phoenix, has 3 young kings, and is a member of the National Society of Leadership and Success. She is very passionate, very, very passionate about changing the world around her. Y'all, give it up for the final speaker of the hour, AJ Swift.
Woo. Hello, everyone. I am AJ Swift, and what an honor it is to be with you all today. I hope you all are feeling well and finding the time to love on yourselves and pour into yourselves, especially during a time like this when there's so much going on in the world right now. It can be easy to get distracted and hard to focus when everything around us is moving so fast. And that's why I like to say, learn to dance to the rhythm of your own beat, because oftentimes people will steer you in the wrong direction anyway. So follow your heart, because it knows the way to your dreams. And don't think for a second that I woke up like this, because the truth is, have I ever been broken? Yes. Did it hurt? Absolutely. Do I still have scars? Of course. Do they still bother me? Sometimes. The thing is, every time I touch a scar, I'm reminded of where I've been, where I never want to go again, and where I'm headed. I want somebody to put purpose in the comments. Even if you don't know what your purpose is right now, put it in the comments anyway. If you believe that you're destined to win, put it in the comments with fire and burning desire. Purpose, purpose, purpose. You know, I didn't always have this drive. I didn't always have the mindset and the will to win. As a matter of fact, I almost didn't make it here today. It's like the enemy was trying everything and anything he could to keep me from being here, to keep me from raising my voice and speaking my truth. But the funny thing is, last night I had a dream. And I said, I have to share this with you guys, because when I woke up, I could literally hear God's voice saying to me, don't focus on the enemy. Don't worry about your haters. Focus on the one who sent you. Focus on the one who called you, just like I called you when you were born. Y'all, when my mom was pregnant with me, she did drugs the entire time. So when I was born, the doctors found crack cocaine and heroin in my system. They didn't think that I would make it, but I survived. But the odds of me growing to be a beautiful, Black, successful woman were slim to none. I grew up not knowing who I was, feeling unloved and undervalued, letting whoever do whatever whenever they wanted to me. I even found myself following the scripts my family had written out for me year after year, saying things to me like, you're going to be just like your mom. You're going to do the same thing she out there doing. Don't worry about her, y'all. She just attention seeking. And I found those things to be true for some time. I found myself following in my mother's footsteps, finding myself in jail time after time again. And I would ask myself, when are you going to get it? When are you going to wake up? And then one time I was arrested. And when they locked me up, they put me in a cell with my mother. And we stayed in that cell together for about a week until it was time for her to be released. And when it was time for her to go, I cried like a baby. I begged my mom not to leave me there. I know it sounds crazy, but I begged my mother to stay in jail. And it's because I couldn't fathom the thought of being separated from her, feeling alone and abandoned all over again. But it was in that moment that I realized I am not my mother. I am not my mother's mistakes. I am not my mother's story. I have my own story to tell. There's a quote by Mark Twain that says, "The two most important days of your life are when you're born and when you find out why." I wonder if any of you remember the time you realized what your true purpose in life was. When you decided to no longer allow your past to dictate your future. Well, that was my moment. I knew that I never wanted to go back to jail. I knew that I needed to make a change in my life. I needed to find a different path to follow. And so I started to live my life from a standpoint of strength and resiliency. And things were starting to look up for me. Until one day, everything came crashing down again. A few years ago, I was charged with a crime that I did not commit. And instead of facing it, I chose to run from it. While I was on the run, Hurricane Harvey hit. I was terrified. I had never been in a hurricane before. I was literally caught in a storm and couldn't see my way out. I had no idea if me and my boys would make it out alive, but we survived. And that's when I began to hear God's voice. He began to speak to me and teach me how to dance in the rain, no matter the size of the storm. And then I knew I had to go back. If I ever had a chance of being free from this thing, I had to go back and face it. And so I did. I saved up some money, I got me an attorney, and I turned myself in. Several months later, all the charges against me were dropped. I was finally free. God had done a new thing in my life. And if he did it for me, then he can do it for you. So why am I telling you all of this? It's because I know that there's someone out there who has gone through some things. And I truly believe that God saved me so that he could use me to heal someone like you. See, storms are going to come. And sometimes they can be so strong and powerful that they drown out our dreams and interfere with our ability to believe in ourselves. So I'm here to remind you that if you're still here, you do have purpose. If you're watching this right now and you can hear the sound of my voice, you are free and not in a jail cell or even worse, in a grave, then you do have purpose. Put it in the comments, purpose, because you are here for a reason. And I declare that anything that has been holding you down or holding you back is being broken off of you right now. So receive it. And remember to be kind to yourselves. I saw this Les Brown video one time, and he says, all you can do is all you can do. And all you can do is enough. But, he says, make sure you do all you can do. So before I go, I want to ask you all, are you doing all you can do to be all you can be in your life right now? If not, then I challenge you to choose this day to turn your pain into purpose and start dreaming again. Awaken that beast that has been lying dormant inside of you. Waiting to arise and represent the kingdom of greatness, because that's what we are. We are greatness. We may not all have the same story, but the one thing about our past is this. If we follow them, they all lead to the same place, and that's our destiny. So go forth, live out your dreams, and bloom, because that's what you were born to do. I'm Asia Swift. That's my story, and it is still being written. If you all would like to stay connected to me, follow me on Instagram at @IamAJSwift, and also check out my website, The Swift Healing, where you can download a free sample of my ebook, Heal to Grow. Thank you all. Bye for now and be blessed.
Yeah. Fierce, dynamite, and strong. AJ Swift.
Yes.
Thank you so very much for your message, for your story, for just pouring out. We appreciate you. Really, really, really phenomenal. Thank you so much.
So much.
Women's History Month. You all can find AJ, theswifthealing.com for your free book. You all, this has been an amazing time. Oh my goodness. Hey, I have enjoyed you all, but I have to bring on, of course, the legend. You all know him, Mr. Les Brown, the genius behind all of this. Jon Talarico calls him the godfather of motivation. I like to agree. He has inspired and continues to inspire many, including me. I am just a fan, and he doesn't know that I'm his niece and that he's adopted me. Bring in Mr. Les Brown.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. I tell you, these speakers today were phenomenal. Let the record show. And AJ, I know you coming from it. I can hear all of your footsteps. I want to thank you, Precious, for the great job that you have done, and also Jon Talarico and his whole team, and Winnie for the work that's being done on the back end, and other individuals that have been doing the work to make this possible. This work of allowing women to speak, having a women's summit, is major. Why? Because it has been male dominated. I learned how to speak, how to tell a story, massaging my mother's feet and rubbing her arthritic ankles that were swollen from arthritis. And Mama told me stories. My brothers and sisters were outside playing, and I would be in. I'm a mama's boy. I said, Mama, tell me a story. Leslie, I've told you these stories 100 times. I said, I know, Mama, but tell me again. And she would, and the same way. And that's important. I want you to take some notes of what I'm going to share with everybody that's watching. Number one, keep it fresh. Keep your story fresh. Just because you're doing it over and over again doesn't mean that it does not have any power and value. Experience the story from the first time you tell it, so that people can experience it with you. And even people who've heard the story over and over and over again, they want that same experience that you provide for them. So the story is very important. It's very powerful. Your time is now. The majority of people who go to seminars and workshops investing themselves are females. The majority of people that are graduating from colleges are females. The majority of people that are starting their own businesses are females. This is your time. A female is one heartbeat from the most powerful position in the world. This is your time. 81% of the households are being run by females. My mother raised 7 children by herself. And so this is a time that you want to, and I want you to write this down, build mental resiliency. Why? 80% of success is dependent upon your attitude, and 20% based upon strategy. 80%. Your mindset, your ability to stay in there, to hang in there, your ability to understand what Robert Schuller meant when he said, tough times never last, but tough people do. My mother was a tough cookie, and she faced some tough times, raising 7 children she didn't give birth to. People ask, how did you get here? Because I'm my mother's child, because I saw her. I watched her. Now the brothers and sisters didn't watch her like I watched her. They didn't come away with what I came away with. But I watched her, and life wasn't easy for her. But she was a no matter what person. And there are women who need to hear your voice, who are giving up. When I was a kid, it was unusual for a woman to commit suicide. That's different. Women are committing suicide, and the gaps are closing between women and men committing suicide, even though the majority of responsibility has been falling on women for years. No one has endured the abuse, physically and emotionally and psychologically, that women have gone through. It's a miracle that they have not lost their minds. And so your voice will make a difference. I want you to write this down. Make your disadvantage your advantage. How did you build your career, Les Brown? I talk about the fact I was born in an abandoned building on a floor in Liberty City in Miami. I talk about the fact I'm adopted, I'm a foster kid. I talk about the fact I was in the 5th grade and put back from the 5th grade to the 4th grade, labeled educable, mentally retarded. I talk about the fact I wanted to become a disc jockey and they turned me down over and over and over again. Make your disadvantage your advantage. A lot of people are failing now because they're focused on the coronavirus. No, don't focus on that. Where focus goes, energy flows. He said, I'll give you all your eyes can see. Hold your vision of what it is you want to do with your life. Keep social distancing and work on your dream. Coming out of this will be millionaires, billionaires, and witnesses. The witnesses are focusing on the bad news of the coronavirus. But the millionaires and the billionaires are making impact. The millionaires are the billionaires, and write this down. Make yourself so good you can't be ignored. You hear me? I don't have 4-color brochures, never had. Never had. But my mentor, Mike Williams, said, Brownie, listen, you want to get a coach. Make yourself so good you can't be ignored. There was no one on stage that looked like me when I started out, but I was so good they couldn't ignore me. They had to bring me up. And through practice, people say, practice makes perfect. No, practice makes improvement. Through practice, being in a community of collaborative, achievement-driven, supportive relationships, I got better and better and better. Here's something else I want you to think about. As you look at your goals, as you look at your dream, think in terms of legacy building. See, so most people, when they die, they leave liabilities. This sign, my picture of my children here, I'm making a statement. A good man leaves a legacy for his children and for his children's children. Most men, hello, sperm donors, listen up. Sperm donors, listen up. I'm not talking about grown boys. I'm talking about men leave a legacy for their children and their children's children. We must think about how we are showing up. And our children are watching us. Our children are listening to us. They're talking about the gap between children of color and the majority population. We need messengers of hope. It's time to step up and be a voice of change, a voice of light, a voice of hope. When there's hope in the future, that gives you power in the present. Next thing is position yourself to win. Get around people who uplift you. Get around people that you can learn from. Get yourself a coach. Why? A coach can take you to a place in yourself that you can't go by yourself. You can't read the label when you're locked in the box. That's why Muhammad Ali said, I'm the greatest, but he had a coach. Michael Jordan never won a championship without Phil Jackson, but Phil Jackson won championships without Michael Jordan. You need to be around someone with a trained eye, someone with accomplishment that can bring the best out of you. Those of you that want one-on-one coaching with me, email me at lesbrown77@gmail.com. I just want to work with people that are hungry. Here's something else. As you look at yourself, look at your goals, and look at your dreams. You're more powerful than you realize. There's some things that you can do that you don't know right now. You don't know because we've been trained to be someone we were not meant to be. We've been trained to go to high school, get out, and get a job. The journey of the broke. The 40-40 plan is gone, where you can get a job and work 40 years and retire in 40%, which wasn't enough in the first place. There's some of you that are watching me now that you can't understand people sitting around with their fingers crossed, hoping they get a relief check. If $600 can give you some relief, you don't have any pressure. No, that's for pigeons. You're an eagle. You're more than a conqueror. Herein my Father glorified, and ye bear much fruit. This is a time that you want to be all in. This is a time that you want to work to develop yourself, rethink your life, reinvent yourself, throw your net on the other side. This is a time that you see the value of continuous learning. When they fired me from radio, I mastered radio. I was very good at radio, but I had to learn something else. If you're willing to learn, no one can stop you. But if you're not willing to learn, no one can help you. I was willing to learn a new way of using my talents, my abilities, and skills. Greater is he that's in you than he that's in the world. What's in you? The God presence. That you're more than a conqueror. That your circumstances and the adversities that life throw at you, including Corona, cannot measure up to who you are. You've been given authority and dominion over everything on the face of the earth. Walk with that knowing. Expect to win. Your words are powerful. Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto you. Death and life is in the tongue. Why are you so important? Because most people speak death. When you speak like the speakers we just heard, you speak life. This is your time. God chose you out of 400 million sperm. You were chosen for such a time as this. Father, we give thanks for these mothers, for these wives, for these women who've decided to use their voices for the greater good. We thank you for their courage, for their boldness, for their willingness to learn, and for answering the call. Who will go for us? These women said, "Here I am, Lord. Send me." They said, "Yes, I'll go." Order their steps. Protect them and their families and their children. Remind them not just to deliver the message, but to be the message. And allow them to get a glimpse of this greater work that they're about to do, that eye has not seen, ear has not heard, nor has entered the heart of mankind what God has in store for them. The world is a better place and going to get it even better because they've answered the call. To all of you, thank you for participating. To all of you, thank you for being a part of the program. To all of you, thank you for saying, "Yes, Lord. I got a story. Yes, Lord. I've been through some stuff and you brought me through. Yes, Lord. Yes, I've been in a dark place, but I heard your voice. Yes, Lord, I will serve you. Yes, yes, yes." light of God surrounds us. The power of God protects us. The presence of God watches over us. Wherever we are, God is. Thank you, Lord, for these women who are taking a stand with their lives, their story, and their voices. Therefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day. The armor of faith. Faith not tested can't be trusted. Yes, Lord. Of ourselves we can do nothing, but you, all things are possible. Thank you, ladies, for being a part of the summit. Thank you for your voices, and thank you for the voices that you bring to amplify greatness and the lives that you're going to change and go into a future that I won't see and build a legacy. And because of your saying, yes, Lord, the world will never be the same again. What a mighty God we serve. Giving all of you a virtual hug. Put your mask on. Oh, behave. I love you. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. This has been Mrs. Mamie Brown's baby boy. It's been a plum-pleasing pleasure, as well as a privilege. God bless you. God bless your voice, your story, and the people whose lives that will be transformed when they hear your voice. And so it is. Amen and amen.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate you joining the Power Boys Women's Summit. It has been a joy. It has been a wonderful time. It was amazing. What a wonderful message from Mr. Brown. Thank you all so much. You all go and enjoy your weekend, and remember to celebrate women. Invite celebration at every moment, because women have contributed so much to where we are and who we are. Thank you all. Have a good one.